they say that no, he doesn't pay his dues. Okay, so our leader called me and said to me, they say this guy is not paying his dues. Ask him why is he not paying his dues. And I called the guy. The guy said, it's a lie. I do pay my dues. I told our leader, no, he pays his dues. It's okay, fine. Let him send me his a proof of his his receipts. He gave me a receipt. I screenshot it in WhatsApp and I sent it to our leader. I mean, that is leadership. I mean, that is the way we all should be behaving. When you hear something about your fellow comrade, investigate, because there are people who have infiltrated us. All they know how to do is to label false allegation which they cannot substantiate, and at the end of the day we will misjudge an innocent man. Doctor, I need your final advice on this matter once again before I let you go. Thank you very much.
Yes, the first thing to say is that sabotage is what the enemy use to weaken your resolve. Yeah, so sabotage, you're not going to be able to ban it in a war situation. Yeah, people, even if they're not at war, they're going around sabotaging each other. There are countries where they have cyber war. They go and sabotage another country's cyber, in cyberspace. They're fighting each other. You have to learn to build your walls to prevent people sabotaging your infrastructure. Okay, so sabotage is here to stay. But I'm not saying that to glorify it. I'm saying it before you accuse, like you pick your best player and accuse him of not playing well because he's a saboteur. Yeah, without the evidence, you corrupt the others. Okay, and make them. You actually dent their resolve, weaken them. So you're looking at it in a different, funny way. But we have to learn. And when you read every single battle scene, there are instances where we fought so gallantly. Okay, the Biafran troops fought so gallantly, but there are elements of sabotage which led to us, the outcome being slightly different. And the war ended in a sudden way. And when I talk about it, you find there's an element of, sabotage. It's not that you are sabotaged, because the perception, the feeling, the belief that there's some saboteurs, and how you dealt with people who will think they're saboteurs, that led us to losing the war in a hurry. So there's so many things that will come out by the time we've gone through all the battle scenes, and our people need to learn it. And I'm hoping they will modify the way they deal with one another. Okay, so Biafrans, a new wolf, as they say, we are one. But it's just because we've not had to fight anybody in the past, and the first time we did it was against Nigerian war, we didn't know how to handle what seemed to be sabotage. It's just a strange phenomenon that somebody will fight your own brother. That somebody will fight with the enemy against your own brother. They just couldn't understand it. So it's something we need to teach our next generation how to avoid and overcome it. Okay, so we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And of course, next week we will pick up again from where we stopped. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. All right, that was Dr. Okachi Lois, and of course, this is where we will bring it to an end. It has been indeed constructive argument here on Radio Biafra, presenting to you Biafran History Lesson 101. You have heard it from the horse's mouth, and next week, once again, we will continue. All right, and of course, my name once again, Mazi Onoha, and I say, may God bless Biafrans, and may God bless our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. From me, from here, it is goodbye. Goodbye.
have also attempted to confuse African
July massacre and the May massacre, which, as you know, was therefore pushing us towards a scenario where if you're outside eastern region of Nigeria, you're not safe as an Igbo person, or you're not safe if you're an Eastern. In Lagos, the first person they killed was someone who looked like an Igbo person. It's Captain Ekenem on Carter Bridge. They just looked at him and said, "You look Igbo." They killed him. He's from Calabar. Okay? In Yoruba land, in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, in Lagos, nowhere was safe for the Igbo person. In Lagos, they go from door to door. They knock on your door and they said, "Toro." If you say Toro like the Igbo person, they realize they're Igbo and they killed you. Some of the houses were dubbed "So Brother," so you know which one belongs to the Yoruba, which one belongs to the Igbo. So the Igbos have to leave Lagos. If you give the account of those who are famous, like Chinedu, he has to make his way and escape from Lagos. Okay, so they were after them. So nowhere, therefore, was safe for an Igbo person. So they decided to have a conference. This happened in July, and come September, the conference was going on, and this was going on, they had more killings in the north. The killing was such that Gowon himself had to appeal and ask them, for God's sake, stop killing. That's enough now. Yeah, they carried on killing. And the type of killing is not just, they killed you with impunity. They have all sorts of methods of killing people. People were buried in whales. They just dumped them inside the well and sealed the well. Pregnant women have their womb ripped up and the children killed. The women were rounded off from, if you like, nursing colonies, from nursing schools, and sent to leper colonies to be gang raped by lepers. There's no atrocity universities on the people of Eastern region. And so, as a result, they all gathered to the Eastern region, those who escaped. And the account is all in this booklet I'm talking to you about, the Tribunal of Justice, and it's worth people to read it and understand the background to why the Biafrans, that was declared a year later, said that they couldn't be safe anywhere in Nigeria. Okay, so because I don't know if you want me to pause regarding the killing, or whether you want me to clarify and answer some more questions.
All right, Mazi, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, for us, we are just listening and learning, of course, with our history. So you go ahead and do it. And of course, if you can start summarizing for today, unfortunately, time is always an issue. In the next 10 minutes, see if you can summarize. And then next week, we come back with another part 3. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So therefore, people were returning from the north. Those who escaped with all sorts of wounds. Remember, some of them were permanently wounded and injured. Some were maimed for life. Some came back with some pieces of their body. A mother will have a basket as she was running. The only thing inside that basket is the severed head of her daughter. After plaiting the head, they just chopped the head off, and the mother carried the baby and put it inside the basket and ran. When the train stopped at a place like Makurdi, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There was somebody 6 in the head. They just chopped the head off, and the mother carried the baby and put it inside the basket and ran. When the train stopped at a place like Makurdi, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There was somebody 6
where the deity resides. That hunk of wood is not a deity. If you want that deity, you go into God. That is where the deity resides. The worshipper knows this. No, it is not idol worship. Idol is a material representation of a deity, which is used in worship. Taking that definition further into biblical sense, it is the image and image of a deity other than God. So hold that thought for a second whilst we explore briefly Igbo spirituality, which is the understanding of the nature of existence, the nature of consciousness, the nature of the self and soul. Now, central to Igbo spirituality is the concept of God, Chukwu, the Great Spirit. Chukwu is the totality or the aggregation of all Chis. Chi, all elements, all objects, everything in creation has a Chi. I have a Chi. Everyone in this audience has a Chi. It is part and parcel of God. The inanimate objects as well. The abstractions, this chair has a Chi. The floor has a Chi. The roof of this building has a Chi. Even abstract concepts have a Chi. Which means that nothing, absolutely nothing, can exist outside of God, Chukwu. Chukwu is the aggregation of all the Chis. And central to Igbo spirituality is that idea of a unity of creation. Let's now look at prayer, right? Someone is standing in front of a statue or a carving in supplication to a deity or an energy or what have you. We need to understand what the prayer is all about. Now, the Igbo prayer has a standard format. There will be the throwing of chalk, nzu. There will be the breaking of a kola nut. There will be the offering, whether it be food item or a sacrifice. And finally, there's a libation being poured. Now, if you go into the prayer itself, he will invoke God first. Chukwu abịama tụọ. He's inviting God, the supreme being, to, partake of the throwing of chalk. Now, the symbolism of that throwing of chalk is, Nzu is peace, is purity, is spirit. I come to the spirits in peace and purity. Nzu is peace, is purity, is spirit. I come to the spirits in peace and purity. God's daughter, and continues, goes through the entire list of energies, inanimate objects that he can remember. And at the end, he would say, that is, let everything congregate. Let all of creation congregate. If I name you, if I call you, call your kith and kin, come and join me through Nzu. Let us meet ourselves in a space of love and purity. Once that happens, he then breaks the Nzu. Let us meet ourselves in a space of love and purity. Once that happens, he then breaks the energy of God. Maybe he wants to address his Ikenga, which is the divine archetypal masculine force. But that prayer to Ikenga, or that request to Ikenga, would start with a supplication to God and all of creation. None of them exist outside of God. The worshipper themselves, or himself or herself, realizes that what he's doing is not worshiping an idol. Because the Igbos have a saying that Ufike bulunku agwu olono buluna agwu oburu agwu onye choba agwu dị na Chukwu. I'll translate that. Ufike is the non-dibia, the non-magical person. So the point is, a non-magical person or the unenlightened one picks up the carving of a deity and believes he has carried a deity, he's wasting his time. That hunk of wood is not a deity. If you want that deity, you go into God. That is where the deity resides. The worshipper knows this, that they're not worshiping idols. They know that they're not worshiping an idol.
So we gonna go nke mmụọ. Ogini ka nge etu gị ka ozolo gị. Chukwu okike abịama. Chukwu na-afụ n'ife afụ na nzuzo. Chukwu mara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ mara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'odo mmiri ọ chụrụ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogwe omechi ụzọ osi mpịara na-azụ ụmụ igirigi ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ogini ka nge etu gị ka ozolo gị. Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime. Ọsị m nọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwaanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri njaba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike o juru nwa na-aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efola. Nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi Ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ. Otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udo mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya. Nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike. Napụta ya na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya tụgharịa kwụ mma. Ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lachaa. Chukwu okike abịama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ. Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ. Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra. Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụla. Ọkwa na ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwe osu? Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịa igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kpọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla otoro ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịrị, asị m alịrị akọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịama, asị m na mberede nyiri dike mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose, ọ dadị ukwu ose elu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu. Na ọkwa na nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya. Asị m na eje anaba isi ije. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu a sị na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye n'ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi a sị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụla eje nkụ a sị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmiri a sị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo a sị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere a sị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu a sị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu unu efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo unu ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kpọfọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebube ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa
ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land, and we are live and direct. Today is the 12th day of November 2022. In our own calendar, because we have 4 market days. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. This is where we preach the gospel of Chukwu Kabiama, the gospel of liberation, the gospel of enlightenment, of emancipation. This is what we preach here. Unadulterated, concentrated. We preach it without fear or favor. Today is Saturday, a day we consecrate to discussions on religious issues. Therefore, I urge you to welcome your friends, invite them, your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies. Please do not deny them listening to this hallowed platform. This is where we worship. On this hallowed platform is where we worship. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu established this hallowed platform so that we begin the emancipation, the mental liberation, because that is what draw us all, what attracted us to this struggle, the mental liberation. Because without mental liberation, even if you have physical liberation, physical freedom, it amounts to nothing but quagmire. I'm telling you. That is why it is highly important for all and sundry to continue listening to this hallowed platform. I am waiting for Nwada, who is yet to join me, but nonetheless, we must continue in what we are doing. We will continue on our series topic that says upholding our values. Today is going to be the fourth, part 4 of it. And we'll continue part 4 of it. And we must continue preaching because we have left our values. Not only that, we are programmed to hate, cajole, insult, and demonize our values, which is not good for us. I don't know. I will continue part 4 of it, and we must continue preaching. I don't know. Somebody is telling me, say my voice is repeating. We are programmed to let me see. Cajole, insult, and demonize. Let me see. Which is, I have to check what is the problem. Oh, I think I've seen it. I'm sorry. One of my phones is the IPOB community radio was on and speaking on the ground. But I think it's okay now because I fished it out. It's okay. So we must continue. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 12th day of November 2022. Ụbọchị Nkwọ. Today is Nkwọ Day. As I said, we are still on this caption, this topic of upholding our values under no religion is bigger or better than others. Upholding our values. Part 4. Invite your friends and well-wishers, please. I will go into some, just very few, as I did yesterday. Some news headlines before I continue. Just some news headlines. Syrian refugee jailed 17 years for plotting to bomb Nigerian church in US to support ISIS. He's plotting, no, he never do it. Do you see? Plotting to bomb a church, albeit a Nigerian church. Okay. You know why I brought out this thing? For people to understand what a country should be. Somebody that is plotting to bomb a church is being arrested and jailed for 17 years. He's a terrorist. But can you tell me how many churches has been bombed in the zoo called Nigeria? Every week, every month, people killed, slaughtered inside the church. Those terrorists that are doing it, the ISIS, the Boko Haram, the Fulani, the headsmen, terrorists, all of them the same thing together, ISWAP. Do you know that? You know, I read it. It's a fact. It's a news. Order from above, from the Nigerian government, telling soldiers that they should not kill all these terrorists. They should never shoot them, nor harm them. They should capture them alive. I think I have read this news here several times, where a soldier, a Nigerian military soldier, was saying this, that they are commanded secretly not to ever kill any Boko Haram or ISIS, any terrorists. Instead, to capture them, don't even harm them. And he said it takes an average of 6 to 8 Nigerian soldiers' lives in order to capture a Fulani terrorist. One. Because he is shooting at you, trying to kill you, but you don't need to kill him. You don't need to even harm him. Do you understand? So what does he say? What does he mean? What does he tell you? That Nigeria is sponsoring Islamic terrorism. Direct. There's no two ways about it. There are no two ways about it. But here, a Syrian refugee, 17-year-old, or 17 years, jailed 17 years for plotting to bomb Nigerian church. Sorry, he is not 17 years old, jailed 17 years. Do you see a country? Even those that are in prison, the terrorists in prison in Nigeria, they bring them out, give them amnesty, pay them, start paying them, put them back in the Nigerian military. After all, Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, he came some time ago to Nigeria and rubber stamped what the Fulani Caliphate is doing, because all these things is lobby. I told you, I've been telling you here, I've been saying it. The Sokoto Caliphate, they are working tenaciously towards achieving their goals. You understand? They understand the importance of discipline. They understand what it means. Their collectivity, collective interest for them supersedes individual interests. Do you understand? That is why they lobby everywhere. They steal money to lobby for their goal, for their agenda. Whereas our own people, they loot money in order to live lavish life for their own personal interest. Nothing more. Do you see the difference? We must continue. This person never bombed the church, but only plotting. He was caught. This is where the government is working. We must continue. Another news. Nigerian Customs Service detains officer for exposing booming petroleum or petrol smuggling business to Niger Republic, Cameroon, Chad, and others. They arrested him. Let me read it a bit. Owombo Shegu John, an officer of the Nigerian Customs Service, who raised the alarm on how refined petroleum products, especially the premium motor spirit, PMS, otherwise called petrol, is being smuggled to Cameroon, Chad, and Niger Republic and other African countries, has been detained. Owombo, a superintendent of customs, in a video had narrated how he arrested so many smugglers on Wednesday, November 2nd, at Malabo checkpoint on Belel Road, Adamawa State. He, however, said senior officials of the NCS, that is a custom, called him to release the suspects. Do you see that? You are fighting for Nigeria. This is a no man's land. This is a useless entity. A customs officer arrested smugglers, people smuggling petrol to Niger, Cameroon, Chad, at the border. He said so many. And the other came from above, say, release those people. Leave them with their goods, let them go. Because your one Nigeria is about criminality, about the Sokoto Caliphate stealing our resources to finance their agenda. That is all it means. That is why when I look at people that are talking about Nigeria, Biafrans that are talking about Nigeria, I shed tears, honestly. I shed tears. It's a pity. One Nigeria, the unity of Nigeria, this and that Nigeria is only about looting, sucking our resources dry. Nothing more. Let me tell you, if the oil in Biafra land, the gas dries up, before God and man, the caliphate will immediately cut the border and say, we need to separate. So the one Nigeria you are hearing about is because oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa. That is the only reason and nothing more. And I used to say it, the indigenous people in Nigeria are the most hopeless, stupid, gullible set of human beings on earth. Do you hear me? I think you hear me well. The most foolish people on earth. We must continue. Gunmen attack Benue State community, kill 5, injure several others. That's it. It's Fulani headsmen. That's it. It's the same news every time. That is why Autumn continues to stand, and we continue supporting him because he is speaking up. No matter. He took the same oath that Soludo took as a governor. The same oath that Okezi Ikpeazu, Dave Omahi, the same oath they took, oath of office. But the difference is that these other people, they don't care about their people, the Igbo governors. You look at railway lines in our land. They have been dismantled and the governors are there. They never talk about anything. That, after all, Devoma, he said he is there in office in order to defend Nigeria constitution, not to defend, not to do the people's wish. But Autumn is there talking to defend his own people. He called them TV people. He said it. He said he calls out the name every time. He said to her with Fulani that he don't want to be, he will never be a slave. If others wants to be slave, if others wants to be slaves to the Fulani, that him being the governor and the TV people, that they will never be slaves. What does he tell you? Whereas on our own, sometimes Nasike go to I should not know in this mess. How? People they put on top of us are people are worse than even the caliphate. You know, house niggas have to work harder twice in order to convince their masters, the slave masters, that they are with them. They have to be wicked twice to their people. That is what these people are doing. These governors, these politicians. Okay, the last but not the least. He said, how police officers at Force Headquarters sold the fake constable jobs slots for 200,000 naira. Issued forged appointment letters to job seekers. That is Nigeria for you. Nigerian police. Officially, they are selling police constable job or job slots for 200,000 naira. And they give the person fake appointment letter, forged one in Nigeria. Do you know that Nigeria issues fake passport? Officially, I'm not talking about the law. Officially, I have seen somebody that is a victim. Nigeria passport. Officially, they give you official receipt. You obtain it by yourself at the immigration office. But lo and behold, it's fake Nigerian passport. I cannot understand how that country should be in existence. I don't understand. Britain created a very big monster, and they are happy. They are happy. They are happy. I think the impostor in United Kingdom, King Charles asked him whether you have a house in London, and he's happy. That no, he has even asked me whether I have a house. You don't know that it's an insult. Can King Charles ask another president whether you have a house in the United Kingdom? It will bring a diplomatic row. Do you know what? Because how dare you? How dare you? King Charles now will ask an Indian president that visits him, do you have I hope you have a house in United Kingdom. Do you know how, do you see how they take, slaves? The others are buying, I hope you have your own house in United Kingdom. Why not he have a house in Nigeria? Very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. Honestly. Very, very sad. So, we must continue in what we are doing. The insult Africa is having is the people that call themselves their politicians or their political leaders, that is serving solely the interests of the West that put them there. You run around, you are voting, that is rubbish. Nonsense. Rubbish. The people that put them there are the Westerners, the Western powers. In the case of Nigeria, is Britain. Any person that they wants to be there is there. Not all these things, they are gallivanting. You see Peter Obi, he himself knows in his heart of hearts that the interest at all odds, even if he enters there, he will first of all defend the interests of the Nigeria creator. He knows. In his heart, if you corner him as a friend, or his wife ask him if he wants to be truthful, Africans are liars, they are hypocrites, many, all these politicians. If he wants to be truthful, he will tell him, look, I signed something, honestly, I signed something. So I signed something to defend the interests of the British. But he will not tell the public, because this is top secret. He will never tell the public. And you see people gallivanting. You are voting. Look at Lena Leka. You people are putting in Nigeria setting. Until you deliver yourselves from the mess you are in. That is it. Until you and that how to deliver ourselves is what we are doing, to make sure that that zoo that is being created by the British, that it becomes destroyed. Do you understand? That it will be destroyed. Once it's destroyed, now Britain will no more have where to hold. It will no more have where to hold. It will be like India. India is independent, completely independent. You never see an India presidential candidate before the election. He travels to United Kingdom to ask for support, to answer, to sign No. You don't. No. Don't you ask yourself why? Why is it that Nigeria, all the Nigeria presidential candidates, they always travel to United Kingdom in order to give account to their masters? But India was also colonized by Britain, but they are not doing it because they are really independent, because they did the needful even before independence. Before their independence, they did the needful. They rearranged themselves to who they are and restructured and took back their values. That is it. I will bring in Nwada, who is here. Nwada, please come in. I know you come late because of the time change. Please come in and make your introductions. But before I go into the subject matter, please go on.
Good afternoon, sir. I just said, let me check on Facebook. On the group we're in. I saw, I went on Facebook. I said, what's going on here? I thought, then I realized the time change in America. We moved the time back. Because I wasn't really thinking, that's what it means. I wasn't really paying attention. I should have realized that we are working with Biafran time, not American time. That's the confusion, but I thank God I caught it on time before it was too late. So, good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to DOS, the head of DOS, Mazi Doziem, everyone. I'm not going to take too much time to introduce myself. My name is Marien Haider. Thank God for today. It's another brand new day. Let's see what we can do with the topic at hand. Mazi, thank you. Continue. And pardon me for my mistake.
Yeah, well, it's understandable. It's okay. So we must continue. We go directly into the subject matter of today. Upholding our values, the part 4. When we talk about values, upholding our values, some people misunderstand. But here we try to break it down to the primary level so that you can understand, because we always win with superior argument. That is it. That is what we preach here. In today's episode, I should say, under upholding our values, there is what I want us to think. None of today's mainstream religions, gods and prophets, are from Africa. None. Have you ever thought about it? Jesus Christ is a Christianity. It's from Middle East and usurped by Europe. Okay? Gautama Buddha for Buddhism is for Far East. You understand? Far East Asia. You understand? Not Africa. It's not. Brahma, that is the Trinity in Hindu, because maybe it's from there the great thinkers of that time brought the Trinity. You are dying to defend. You don't know. There are mysteries you need to understand. The Trinity of God, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, they are for Hindu. The same Far East Asia. These are three in one God. Hindu. Hindu predated even the whole religion. You understand? Maybe from there this chaplet used by Christians and Muslims. It originated from Hinduism. Go and make your researches. Maybe this is a Trinity, three in one God. Maybe originated from this Brahma, this Hinduism. Maybe. Because that is what they believe. They believe in Trinity also, three in one God.
Mazi, it even goes beyond that, because when we talk about Epic of Gilgamesh, which predates Hinduism,
of course,
see the worship of son and mother deity and father.
Of course. Well, we are talking about. I'm talking about the immediate one we know. on Christianity.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So all these religions, okay, the other one is Islam. Muhammad is Islam. He's a prophet from Middle East. And that is what is causing Africans to kill their brothers, to make sure that they uphold the tenets of Muhammad. He's not an African, no. He's an Arab man. For you to understand how foolish Africans are. They don't ask themselves, who among all these religions, their gods, the prophets, which one is African? None. But they kill themselves more than even the people. Do you know that the blasphemy law in Islam, do you know what it means? That you talk against Muhammad. It's not you talk against God, or no. Talk against Muhammad. Do you know when Muhammad was establishing Islam? You know, it took 250 years, long after Muhammad died, for the Arabs to consolidate Islam, for Islam to gain orthodoxy in Arab world. Do you know that? You think it's a day job? People were still doubting, are fighting against Islam and say, no, the Arabs, I mean. Now, because of, in order to bring discipline so that you must accept. Now, Muhammad made it a law that if you talk against God, you'll be forgiven. But talk against me as a prophet of God, you'll be killed. That is why a fellow Hausa will kill his brother, his sister, Deborah, in Nigeria, in Sokoto, because of one Arab man. One Arab man that called it. Do you see the foolishness of Africans? Do you see that? You know, we say every time we shout, what is happening? We black race. But you never really go deep and start thinking and say, look, what is this problem? Look, how is it that every mainstream religion, world religion, they have their prophets or their spirits, their gods? Only of every part of the world have or has. Only in Africa they don't have. No prophets, no. Their God is evil. He's a demon. He's a, everything is demon. Don't you ask yourself, have you taken your time to ask to have a retrospect? Just be in yourself and think and reason and say, no. There is something that we are not being told. There is something. You go to Biafra land, people are fighting themselves because of religion that come from outside. It become a standard for our spirituality. It's an insult. I'm telling you, it shows that we are half a human being. That we are not up to human being. There is no single religion, prophet, God in Africa. No, all is from outside, foreigners, and we are killing ourselves because of it. The Africans, when are you going to rise up? You know, sometimes I'm telling you, they made us now use the standard. The standard they put us into in order to measure our, spirituality. Something that never happened even before colonization. We were doing good, doing well, have our way of life, upholding our values. All of a sudden they came, they said no. They turned us into hating, not only hating our values. We have to deal with them. Even in the next world, next generations. We need to deal with them. We must continue. Now, all these religions, gods, prophets I mentioned, none is from Africa. None of them. But Africans are the people that are carrying everything in the head. What then is for Black Africa? That is the question I ask. Does it mean that Black Africa, the cradle of creation and civilization, is forgotten by God? Does it mean that? Oh, this is a very sensible question. that should be always asked. As we know, conquest goes with religion, or vice versa, or religion goes with conquest. That's what I mean by vice versa. This is the reason why the Western and Eastern religions are the world's most mainstream religions. They are the world-renowned conquerors and colonialists. Their religions, gods, prophets, etc. are shoved down the throats of the conquered and colonized. The Far East Asians never attempted conquest or colonization of Africa or America, and that's why their religions remain mostly in their side of Asia. But this other religion, Islam and Christianity, you don't see where they come from. We are still suffering from the effect of colonization, and this religion is part of it. It's these religions, I should say, because Islam is among. If we are talking about Christianity, Islam is among. A Fulani man will kill his fellow black. They will rally an Hausa person, Hausa Muslim, to kill his fellow sister because of a foreign religion that you have to go thousands of kilometers, spend money in order to go pilgrimage, where they tell you that God is there in their shrine. But when they come to your side, they say, no, your shrine is demonic. But you go to their shrine in Mecca, go around their shrine, how many times, I don't know, in order to worship their God in their land. Go to Rome and venerate. Go to Jerusalem, the walls of Jerusalem. Oh, you are praying is in their shrine. But in your own land, you condemn and this insult is more than. That's why we are low. I'm telling you honestly. That is why we are low as human beings. Because we don't reason. If we reason, at least dignity should make us, in order to think and say, no, let us cut all these things. Even if you are, just do what. Let me tell you how United Kingdom, England, though they accepted Christianity because it was the reigning religion through conquest by the Romans, and they are part of Europe. So they say, okay, let us not be, let it not be that we are rebels in Europe by not accepting Christianity. They accepted Christianity, but they organized it their own way and cut their umbilical cord with Rome. They modified their own Christianity their own way, and now put their monarch, their king or queen, as the head of their church. They are no more answerable to Pope. Do you see how wise people behave? They don't care about Pope again. No, anything they say, is it not religion? You cannot control us in religion. We have accepted Christianity. Now do your own thing. There are things we have to modify it with our own culture, and they did that. Now they made. Is there anywhere in the Bible where Queen Elizabeth or King Charles supposed to be the leader of the church? But they did it. They modified it in their own way. These are enlightened people. People that are real human beings, not Africans that are jara. Sometimes they behave. Africans behave like a jara of the world. I'm telling you. They are the people that carry everything, Christianity and Islam in the head, killing their own brothers, fighting each other for what they don't even know how it started. For what they don't know. They now take it as a standard in order to kill themselves, in order to judge themselves. It's very, very, very big pity. If I'm talking with you, you are quoting, and the book of John said this and that. Now you are using it as standard. I will insult you direct. Say you are a non-entity. Your brain has nothing. You don't need to use all those things as a standard. We have fallen victim. We should have, a way out. That is what we preach here. mental liberation. Mental liberation. So that we become our own selves. You know, when you are your own selves, others will now respect you. That is the reality. Now, let me move on. As I said, I asked this question: does it mean that Black Africa, the cradle of creation and civilization, is forgotten by God? Because humanity started from Africa, from black people. That's it. As one other will say, black color contains all the colors. But whenever any color reaches to white, know that it's finished. So it's fading, no more. Contains nothing again. This is a very sensible question that should be always asked. As we know, conquest goes with religion or vice versa. This is the reason why the Western and Eastern religions are the world's most mainstream religions. They are the world's renowned conquerors and colonialists. Their religions, gods, prophets, etc. are shoved down the throats of the conquered people and colonized people. The Far East Asians never attempted conquest or colonization of Africa or America, and that's why their religions remain mostly in their side of Asia. Let me ask the question again. Does it mean that Africa is forgotten by God? The answer is no. God never forgot Africa. Rather, Africa forgot herself, sold herself, and made herself irrelevant in everything, including religion. Do you understand? Africa sold herself, made herself irrelevant in everything, including religion. When they came, they conquered us. Yes, we are not the only people that are conquered. Israel, that have their country, they were conquered for more than 2,000 years. From Babylonian conquest, Persian conquest, Roman conquest, always for more than 2,000 years. Do you know what saved them? Until even they lost Jewish language, Hebrew. They lost it. It became Jewish language. Hebrew became a liturgical language. You know, when you study, the more you study history, you understand some secrets and sometimes on sugi. Because we lack knowledge and wisdom. That is why we are perishing. The Jews, they lost their language. Do you know that? Jews of Europe, like in Germany, they were speaking what they call Yiddish. Just they take small form German language with a small one word in Hebrew, just one. The main Hebrew language was lost. It was relegated into using it as prayer. They pray with it, but they don't even understand what it means. Until somebody, Eliezer ben Yehuda, after the Zionism, during the time of Zionism, just like IPOB, what we are doing. Now, these are the real intellectuals. He is the person that created the modern Hebrew you are hearing today being spoken in Israel. He started studying even the prayer, the liturgical Hebrew language. From there, he started creating the language, recreating the language, writing dictionary about it. It took him his lifetime. The man is he was a Russian Jew without Belarus. He changed his name to Yehuda ben Eliezer. His name was, his original Russian name was Weda Lutsky. Do you know that? Do you know that? What saved them was element of their values they kept. Without it, they were gone and gone forever. Because they wouldn't have understood who they were. That is why they have Israel today. People don't understand what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu represents. That is why you are ignorant, because you don't understand what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done in this our time. You don't understand it. It's called revival. People that we are perishing, he revived us. He put us, we started picking remnants of our fallen selves, and made us to understand that, look, the way we are going, we will be exterminated if we continue like that. That is the truth. Nature provides everything for equal competition in this world, competition and development. But some people value knowledge and enlightenment and got them before others. You know, when you look for knowledge and wisdom, you get everything. You know, you should even learn from the Bible you are reading, because that is why I refer it, because everybody knows the story inside it, everything. When Solomon was asked in a dream, ask everything, anything you want, I will give you. According to the story, what happened? He didn't. If it is maybe an Igbo politician, he will start asking, let me be Okome one. I want to get money. My money will not be will be uncountable. My riches, no person will challenge me. Any person that challenges me will be killed. That is what he will be asking for. And when he asks for that, you see that he will get nothing. Solomon asked for wisdom. Simple. You know, you read something, because the way the story was simplified, you don't understand the profound meaning. Solomon asked for wisdom, and only that word wisdom, he got everything. With wisdom, he got everything. He became the richest king of his time. Wisdom to manipulate even spirits, because there is no limit. Say, I need wisdom. So that wisdom was given to him. Wisdom to manipulate spirits, to build things that ordinary hand cannot build, and he did it. Wisdom, unlimited wisdom, and he got it, and he became very rich. And people were coming from every corner of the world in order to listen, to know this man, because there are many things he was doing that time. No king, no person will be able to do that type of thing. So kings, queens, princes, and prince, they were coming from every part of the world to know this type of person. Who is this person? Do you see what wisdom can bring? But today, our people left wisdom. They start looking for crumbs, for money. That is where we went. You know, it's just like the Fulani. You see them. You know, before we were misjudging them or misinterpreting them, because we were highly ignorant. We are highly naive. You see, they say, look at they are cattle breeders. They don't know anything. They were working hard, taking over the land. Anywhere they go into the bush. They stay there. Before 20 years, that place now become their own. They will be suffering, no? Another generation will rise up, start building. That is how they do. And you say they don't know anything. These are about, they are gradually take. That is how they get their land. They are nomads. That is how they get their lands everywhere in Africa. Anywhere they go, they don't go where they go to the bushes and stay with their. They use their animals as an excuse. Come and rent out. No, what are we doing with the house? And the people will laugh, say, look at this Ndiara Lekwenanya. They are living in the bush. Mosquito is biting them. Rain is falling upon them. They keep quiet. You don't know that you are the foolish person. Read the history of how they conquered Futajela. It's like that. They say, now wow, come to house now and live. They say, no. Make we say, you know, we and our animals, we like it in the bush. Just leave. Let people laugh them, say, no, wow, look at this useless people. Don't know that you are the useless person. They will laugh. They will stay there. People never better. Wow. Hey, this type of people, bush people, don't know anything. You go, they use their mumu and conquered everybody. Mumu, you know, mumu. There's a way you can use mumu and deceive a very wise person. You know that? That is what the Fulanis are doing. They will stay there 10 years, 20 years, be burning. Before you know, their brothers, they will fool everywhere. That place, they will name it a village. They will be at the onset. They will be using rafters, palm fronds, in order to build. Nothing. They are enduring rain, everything, but they have a purpose. That is, and they are disciplined. Because without discipline, you cannot do what they are doing in any part of Africa. Because they were desert people. You understand? Nomads, rigmaroling from one part of desert to the other. Okay. Religion goes with conquest. Okay, let me start again. Nature provides everything for equal competition and development in this world today, but some people value knowledge and enlightenment and got them before others. Why others we are looking for food, they are looking for knowledge and they got it, enlightenment. They therefore profit to use it to exploit and subjugate others, thereby forcing and programming us, the subjugated, to accept and value their religions over ours. That is how we become purveyors of their foreign religion today. We become masters, preachers, and this and that. To God, Augustine. And from him, St. Paul. Nothing. Nothing. Can you know even the history of your village? You don't know nothing. And you are seeing how we have been subjugated, conquered, maneuvered, manipulated mentally, all. Do you understand? You know the difference with the Jews, the Israelis. They conserved, they transmitted their values from generation to generation. Even how imperfect it was. But they have that element. They never say die. People that they are the only people that we are conquered for thousands of years, and after they still get back their country. Don't you ask why? Because they preserved elements. Because from generation to generation, the way values are communicated, there will be errors, there will be mistakes. There are about to be elements that are being lost on every generation, but they still kept it. No matter how imperfect, they kept it. That is why what we are doing, yes, people are going back to our traditional system, and it's not perfect. Some are using it, what we are seeing, or what we are used to seeing was what? Abracadabra money as church. You understand? Miracle money. One pay tithe, pay this and that, and so people now enter back. When they say go back to your root, people say, okay, is it our root? They still use the same eye, what they have learned in the Christianity, of using it for miracle money. They still go back, say this is a traditional worship. Okay, issue come for solution. That is not our tradition. Our values are what we are made of, right from how we are born, things, our makeup, in short. That is our value. Not no, bring call your problem and I will kill goat, buy goat and buy fowl, and you will be progressing. No, all these things they learnt it from the religion they brought to us. That is what they are doing. The same thing. But we continue until we purify it. We go back to the reality. It's little by little. From impure, it goes to middle pure. It has some impurities. From impurities, small impurities, reduce until we get that thing, get where we are going. That's our value. So, that is it. Religion goes with conquest and superiority in human development and advancement. Conquered people or slaves are never allowed other options or choice. Rather, they are forced to admit and follow the religions of their conquerors, colonizers, and slave masters. That is the reality. I said religion goes with conquest and superiority in human development and advancement. You just look at, I think it come from America, yes. Originally. Look at everywhere it's spread. Why? Because America is powerful. It's not a miracle. It's not abracadabra. They worked hard for it. You understand? So that is why every of their thing is everywhere. People clamor, want their thing. You know, in this world, there is no space for a loser. Let me tell you. Only people like champion or champions. You understand? What, and that is it. You know, it is before whom God and man. Even God like champions. When you succeed, God, it is what God wants. You know, that is what the way He wants you to be. But a loser, no way, no way. People don't go for a loser. So when you see in our look at you have a burger, everything, hamburger everywhere in our land. Why? It is the food of the powerful. Do you see it? Do you have our Igbo food? Let me call it like that. Everywhere. If it is not now, if not now that we are traveling, just mushroom anywhere you see, maybe they call it Nigerian shop, Nigerian eatery, little by little. But everywhere you have even burger, people are doing it, you know, everywhere. But it's not our feeding system. Why? Because it is for the powerful. So people admire it. People admire powerful people. Do you understand? Conquerors. Now, they conquered, beautify, I'm coming on. They conquered, beautify, and adore their colonizers' religions or religious ways of worship and rituals. Their gods, God or gods, spirits and or angels, while programmed to find faults within their own ways and values. Do you see it? You know, there is something I used to that used to baffle me. I have seen several times on social media. I'm not talking about far back, no, on social media. You will see a pastor coming into a village with his group of church people. Now they will enter into any shrine and start destroying calabash, destroying everything just for nothing. Oh, look at what this man, hey, he tie this, he do this, look at calabash, hey, they say it's the demon. Demon lives there. They will destroy everything. You will see, sometimes you see the people of that village, few of them will go and say, leave this thing out, no spoil it. There is one I watch, I want to cry. The man he said, please don't destroy this thing. This is not for bad thing. Please don't destroy. They say in the name of Jesus, oh, it's devil manifesting through him. They come on, burn everything. And it's good thing for them. They clap and shout hallelujah for it. Isn't it? But when you tell them you castigate church, castigate their own religion, they say no. It doesn't mean that in Biafra we are not going to have freedom of worship. I beg, leave us. You have freedom of worship. Worship anything and worship. And there you know that they are criminals. I call them criminals because when they are doing all that, they don't look at your feeling. They feel that, oh, they have divine mandate. They destroy everything. Oh, cut the tree, cut everything. Oh, it's divine. Hallelujah. But when you come to them to say, even ordinary criticism, they say, does it mean that I beg, leave me, Joe, we have freedom of worship? Oh, you know freedom of worship, but you destroy our own. You destroy our own. But that time the person will be shouting, leave this thing, it's not for bad thing, please. This is what my tradition, this is our tradition, this is something that pertains from our ancestors. Why are you destroying it? They say no, it's demon talking through him. Even if you don't go, they are ready to slap or even beat the person because they are plenty. Now they never, that time they don't invoke freedom of worship, that person have the right to worship anything. No. But when it comes to them, hey, we have freedom of worship. And there you see that these people are criminals. I call them criminals. The way I used to look at these people, I'm telling you, because you know, before you become powerful, you see this thing they do us, and we have a soft heart in certain things. That is how we fell. Do you understand? Now, Obi supposed because when they were dealing with us, they never ever have any pity on us. They made sure to destroy us as a people, destroy us. So why should we pity if we are doing? Why should we pity? They won't be. We must continue. As I was saying, they conquered, beautified, and adored their colonizers' religious ways of worship and rituals, their gods, spirits, and angels, while programmed to find faults with their own ways and values. They made us call our own guardian angels demons, saying that we don't worship the true God. Rather, we worship idols. Now, the question I ask is, who and what is the true God? From what perspective, please? Because when we talk all this thing, we don't even go deep. We don't even know what we are saying. Who? How do you know the truth God? How do you quantify it? He will tell you, Bible says, spare me that the Bible says. Who wrote that Bible? Where are you reading? You know, how? Because you are programmed to do that. How do you know the true God? It's only belief. You are made to believe because you are born into that. So that's it. That is a question I want people to answer. Who and what is the true God? Who? If not how you are programmed to define it. How do you know and understand who the true God is? What is the standard of understanding and knowing the real true God? What is the standard? If not how you are programmed to view it. Otherwise, how do you understand? How? Oh, you are true God. How? Who made you a judge to judge? Oh, these people they are not practicing, they are not worshiping the true God. Whereas all religions, none have ever tell you do bad. Everything is about human purity. How you live with your neighbor. In our own tradition, the same thing. In our own values, the same thing. We are living good. And now they come, they say, no, all you are worshiping is idol. Who made you a judge? Oh, through God. You are talking through God. Who made you? What is the standard? How do you know? Bible say, again a Bible, I don't want to say something here, please. Okay. How can our spirituality and values, which our patriarchs have been upholding, all of a sudden become evil because our colonizers say so? All these are questions I want you to be permeating into your skull. Our patriarchs, our ancestors, we are living good. You know, they didn't kill themselves with poison, as you always reiterate. Until they burn us. All of a sudden, some foreigners came and started telling us, no, you are worshiping demon. I brought a true God. He's a white boy. Come and worship him. He wants to save you. And you start demonizing everything that concerns you yourselves. Why should even they pity us? Because they see that we are non-entities. I'm telling you. You now preach more than them. In their own religion. In their own religion, just 181 years back, 1841, when Christianity first came to Igbo land, but unsuccessful until many years later. And now you become experts teaching them. Don't you see that your stupidity is speaking? Some people will argue that if our venerated spirits are strong, listen, because this is what some people are used to say. Some people will argue that if our venerated spirits are strong, or deity are strong, why are we conquered and colonized? That is the question some people are used to. That is the argument of some people. That argument cannot hold, because even the Israelis you adore today, we are also conquered for thousands of years. You say they have a true God. It's their Bible, Torah that you are using, right? But they were conquered for thousands of years. We ourselves, our conquest never is not up to 1,000 years. No. Right from the time of calculate it, right from the time of the first time the Europeans came to our land. What was it? 15th century? Oh no, 16th century, 15 something. From there, slave trading. From there till the colonization started, 20th century. Direct colonization. So you see, even when they were doing slave trading, we are not directly colonized. They call it business. You understand? So you check the time from 16th century, 15 something to now. That is 600 years now. We are not even up to 1,000 years. But the people that you always, you God of Israel, God, but they were conquered for more than 2,000 years. Now, does it remove the fact that their God is no more strong? Is that what you're saying? You should be ashamed of yourself for making all these points, because that is not the case. You're only ignorant. Nobody is above conquest. The only thing that matters is for you to recognize yourself and come back. Take what belongs to you. England was conquered by Roman Empire. Don't you know that? England today, countries were conquered. But at the time, after hundreds of years, they saw an opportunity and they struck back. That is how the world is. What makes you more non-entity is when you start sleeping that, okay, don't worry, I cannot do nothing, we cannot do nothing to redeem ourselves. That is now you become a permanent conquered fellow. You understand? What we are doing is removing ourselves from this both mental and physical conquest. That is it. So don't say that because that is have been the argument of some people. What did our spirits, the deity we are worshiping, why didn't they kill the white people when they came? No, don't say that. You are ignorant. The Israel, you are carrying their Bible records. They were conquered. I say not hundreds of years. We are conquered yet now for hundreds of years, and we are trying to remove ourselves. Don't you give kudos to ourselves? Israel, we are conquered for more than 2,000 years. Do you know what is more than 2,000 years? Do you know what it means? They were there before Christ, conquered. When Christ was born, they were thinking, oh, king was born, a person that will deliver them from the Roman grip. Before Roman conquered them, they were conquered by Persia. Persia is today's Iran. You are seeing. Before them or after them, Babylon have taken them. Babylon, the present Iraq. Do you understand? So you check, even up to going to 3,000 years, they were under conquest. But today they're a country. Only happened 1948 of yesterday. Now what are you going to say about it? So that your argument doesn't hold. It doesn't hold any water. What makes us real human being or equal human being is the ability to know that we are conquered mentally and we are fighting back, not defending what our colonizers put into our brain. It makes me mad, honestly. You will see a grown-up intellectual, so-called. He will be all his standard. Once you talk one, you don't quote how this and that Bible say, and the Paul say this and that say. How do they place you in that standard, in that cage? And you continue moving around. It is high time we go back to uphold our value. That is what we are preaching. before I continue, please. I don't know. Let me go on a bit before I bring in Nwada, please. There is something just in a jiffy. You know, throughout the Hebrew Bible, listen, idol is given a pejorative meaning as it is used to describe non-Israelites or non-Jewish divinities. Listen attentively. You know, we talk things we don't really think about. Idol. How does this thing enter? What standard? Who standardized the true God and who start calling idol? How dare somebody come and vilify a foreigner that doesn't know how to eat the akpo? He come and see you swallow. He say, he starts beating you that you are committing, that you are eating shit. Are you going to accept? Because you don't know how to swallow. Because that is how you grow. That is how you grow up. That is what our ancestors have been eating. Why should a foreigner come from thousands of kilometers now come and start telling us that egusi soup or house soup is not food at all? No, condemn it. You have to perform hamburger and you accept and start demonizing, start trying to learn how to cook their own. Are you not stupid? Throughout the Hebrew Bible, idol is given a pejorative meaning as it is used to describe non-Israeli or non-Jewish divinities. Remember, when we speak this big grammar, pejorative is expressing contempt or disapproval. Just like when you go to where you don't know how their food, a country or a people that you never saw, maybe you see they make a sauce, maybe that sauce is black in color or it looks pungent in your presence and they are eating it nice, and because of that look you condemn it, start telling them that all these things you are eating is shit. How should they take it? If they have hope, they will kill you. Say, how dare you? That is exactly the same thing what they did to us in our own value. They condemn everything. They say idol. Oh, idol, you are worshiping idol. Who dare you? Who are you? Are you not a human being? How dare you? Which standard are you measuring my own divinity as an idol? What standard? Who gave you that authority? Who gave you that authority to call what I worship idol? What has been going on for us? What we have been using, our ancestors we are using and communicating with spirits, with divinity, everything was going well. Now when you come, you give Bible say, no, don't you know that because you are stupid, you are foolish. We should be wise. Let me continue. As it is about to describe non-Israeli or non-Jewish divinities, as it is alien to them, they consider them to be false or alien gods. These are the gods of other nations from whom the Israelis are commanded to separate themselves. The same way the Fulani today are calling you infidel. That's Marochuku. Because they are judging you from their stand. You know, when we push you, we tell you, we show you where to fall. We give you facts and figures. What the Europeans did to us is exactly what the Fulani are doing today in our land. Calling us you are infidels, you are pigs. Why? Because they are measuring us from their own vision, their own religion. You understand? But are you an infidel? Are we infidels? No, we don't know God. Europeans, they came, they told us the same thing. Oh, these people, we need to Christianize them. We need to call, they are savages. This is them. All they did was to conquer us mentally so that they can put us in a place they want us to be. If you want to talk, they say, no, how can you challenge a pope? Do you know he's a pope? Do you know hey, you want to talk against their people? So they place themselves higher than you. That is conquest, and you accept. You will see some people, all that matters to them is one day how they can go to pilgrimage to Rome to do what? Here we try to untangle that wires, that cage, which they lock to push you into unlocked. We try to unlock it so that you come out from that cage and start thinking outside the cage. That is what we do here. It doesn't matter how you think it is very hard. We hit it so that we remove ourselves from this situation we are in. Our situation is very bad. You understand? Okay. Early Christian thinkers, listen, Christian thinkers, not Christian spiritualists, those that see God. No. Where do you think from? Please, I want people to understand. Early Christian thinkers, not early Christian spiritualists or early Christians that stay with God, wherever God is. You think with your brain, which means these people, they are enlightened. You understand? They have brain like you, like us. Early Christian thinkers developed the claim that in worshiping idol, early Christian thinkers developed the claim that in worshiping idol, and one of them is who you refer today as Saint Augustine. Do you know that Augustine? Augustine, you call Saint Augustine. He's an African even. He was born in Algeria. Do you know that? In 354 AD. And he died in 430 AD. Let me go on. According to Augustine, born in Algeria, 354 to 430 AD. That was when he died. For example, by venerating parts of the created realm of God, idolaters subvert the natural order and pay service to demonic forces. He developed this theory in Christianity, which is now inserted as the word of God. Do you see? You quote it, it's the word of God. You don't know that it's a word of people that think like you. Very smart people. They insert it. Now, Augustine is perhaps the most significant Christian thinker after St. Paul. He adapted classical thoughts to Christian teaching and created a powerful theological system of lasting influence. All these were added in the Christian Bible, and you call them words of God. But in reality, it is the word and thinking of man. Nwada, please come in. Come in, please. There we go.
Yeah, and there, Mazi, as usual, you have giving us a whole lot, but Mazi, again, you just provoke my thoughts on an entirely different my process. I've been dealing with it, trying to make sense of what you have just ignited. It's like turning on a gene that has been dormant in one's genetical profile. I'm going to start with the last argument you just said before I forget it, which is when you try to compare, because the argument people always try to make asks if our God or the God, the Chukwuka, or the way of our ancestors, the way they assess God, the true God, if their worship or what they knew, understood, were the right way or truth, why did God allow them to be conquered? And you cited an example. Of course, when you read the Bible, especially the Old Testament, there were a lot of wars, especially the book of Judges. If you go there, you see many times that according to the storyline, God will allow them to be defeated in a fight. Sometimes they were conquered. Even at the time, the Ark of Covenant was taken away by the Philistines because they were conquered, which was like a symbol of their God was defeated. Because in those days, if you go back, the kings were, when there's a war, the king will always be in front. Because in those days, the king symbolizes the God on earth. So that was how they saw it. So the king was the spiritual head of a society or a clan or state. That is why the king was always in front of the war. So what it said that once the king is cut down, then the rest of the armies will run away because that's their strength. And in the case of the Israelites, there was a time they went to war. Not only was their king defeated, the Ark of Covenant was taken away by the Philistine. I'm not going into that story because it's the book of Judges. But I'm trying to use this now to make an argument. Mazi, when you said this, I began to engage my mind. Because, like you rightly said, I have had people try to use that argument to try to establish that what our ancestors did was not true. They were not serving or worshiping the true God. That was why the colonial masters overwhelmed us. But let's compare these two people you cited. The state of Israel or the Jewish people and us. I'm going to concentrate on the Igbos. Let me deal with Igbos, even though I'm treating Biafra as a whole. That location is what I'm trying to deal with. Israelites were conquered. We have not been conquered. And I'm making this argument strongly because when you made your argument, I went on Google. And if we can go there, we can realize there's a huge difference between colonization and conquest. The Israelites were conquered people. What do you mean? When you say a people have been conquered, that means their territory have been taken over. Physical possession of their territory. If we go to the story of the history of Israelites, where they're living today, that is why they continue to fight with the Palestinians. A time came, that territory was occupied by the Palestinians. That is the argument the Palestinians are making today. And that is why you have the conflicts going on. There was a time that place was occupied by the Palestinians. That is when Israel was completely conquered. But what happened that after hundreds of years, they were able to pull themselves together, galvanize themselves from wherever they have been all over the world, and then with the help of the world, that little location was mapped out for them to go back and reinstate the state of Israel. Anybody who is not familiar with the story I'm saying, let them Google the 6-day war of the Israelites. That was in 1948, I believe, when that location was given to them. The neighboring Arab countries said no, that it was their land that was taken away from them. But the Israelites will always make argument that the land was their own before it was conquered, taken away from them, so they were going back. Because if we try to compare these two, we are comparing orange and apples. Yet they are all fruits, but their dynamics are different. Their makeup, their genetic profiles are different. In our own situation, we have been colonized. We have not been conquered. What the Fulanis have been are trying to do now is to conquer us. Because if we pay attention, we are still under colonial masters pulling their strings. Even though physically they left, the mentally we are still under their auspices, which answered the very few questions you answered. Why is it that our political allies think it is necessary to take their cue from Britain? Whether they physically go there or they take instructions. But let it not be like I'm just talking out of my head. Let me read the dictionary meaning of these two words, colonization and conquest. He says, conquest is the taking possession of a territory by force. The taking possession of a territory by force. There was a time what we call the Jewish state or Israeli state were completely removed from that place. and other people call the Palestinians occupied it, or the Palestinians now. They occupy that territory. It has not happened to us yet. But that is what they want to do to us. And that is the fight we are in. I want our people to understand the magnitude of what the Fulanis are trying to do. That is why you continue to hear about the land grabbing, the waterways. They physically want to take possession of our land. Mentally, we are still colonized. And let me look at the colonization. Then, like I said, the dictionary says, the taking possession of a territory by force. While colonization is the placement into a territory of settlers who are politically, economically, and militarily connected to their parent state. The parent state in this case, we're talking about what is happening in Nigeria. The parent state is Britain during their process. I wanted to get this clear. So what am I saying? Because this is the laying foundation to really the provocation you made to my mind. I'm going there right now, Mazi. My head is not even able to contain what I'm processing right now because of what you said. But I'm laying this foundation. So, we have not been conquered. The God of ancestors have not been conquered. That's why I laid this foundation. Because according to spiritual principles, when you conquer a people, you have conquered their God. We are not yet conquered. Mentally, we are colonized. And that is why God is trying to reinsert himself through Mazi Hamadike to illuminate us so that we can take possession of who we were. Whether some of the values we had, we are going to go through evolution and revolution, I don't know. But I believe they must. But this is what is happening, because if we have been totally be conquered, we will not be in the territory where we find ourselves as Biafra. We will be scattered all over. And in that case, our God, that is when you hear, there's a song the Israelites were singing, by the rivers of Babylon. There we sat down and cried when we remember Zion. They were talking about Israel because they didn't have the practical possession of Israel. They were taken away. So our God has not been defeated. The God of our ancestors, has not been defeated. But I believe, just like God chastens his children, he said, if my people who are called by my name can turn away from their evil ways and repent, when they call me, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting verbatim, I will hear their cry and heal the land. It hinges back to Mazi, the section 3 or 2 and 2 of this series we are treating. Yes, our people have been in the war. No one can dispute that. How far we can go, I don't know. How long they have been existing. They were close to nature. The values they held, they were inspired. I look at it that time, there was the relationship between the spiritual dimension and physical dimension were so thin that you can dabble in and out. So they were heavily inspired because they had time to reflect, think, and connect to nature. God, call it that. But the time came, corruption came in. And God Almighty cannot, as light, behold darkness. This is one of the questions somebody like me would like to know. When was the corruption set in? When did it come in? This is one of the questions somebody like me would like to know. When was the corruption set in? When did it come in? But it's part of the equation we're treating. Because I'm saying...
It's part of it, Nwada. Yeah. It's part of it.
Yeah, because the argument I'm making that they must have been worshiping this God in truth and spirit. They were pure in their ways because the God we are talking about, the Almighty God, one God, universal God, it doesn't matter how you look at him. He's a pure God. His ways are governed by rules and regulations, laws. That's why God is always talking about. Anytime God is saying something, there's a condition. And that condition comes with the word if. Even the quotation I gave now. if my people who are called by my name. When God even releasing a blessing, he said, if you do this, if you do that, I, God, will do this. God promises and his ways are subject to obeying the spiritual laws and the physical laws. Because he said even he's instructed in affairs of men. I believe there was a time our ancestors begin to dig. I believe there was a time our ancestors begin to dig. What happened? God, because he cannot behold darkness, he turned his back on them and released them to be dealt with, which is why we are here. We have been crying, and he's starting to say, if only we can repent. Now, I'm not going to dwell in this because I'm not teaching that. But let me move to the provocation you gave to me, Mike. When you started Far East, I have heard about that word Far East for a long time. But for some reason, I learned there's this light bulb that went into my mind. When we invoke that word Far East, Mazi, what do we mean? That was how the question came to me. I began to process the thought. Is it Far East from you and I as people that live in Africa? Or is it Far East from the Europeans? Mazi, when this question came to me as we were dealing with Far East, where religions originated, all these major religions started. Because the question is, why did it start there? You asked that. And this question came to me. When we use the word Far East, is it far east from Africa? From you, from me, from African as a continent, or is it far east from Europe? One of my best subjects is still geography. I'm fascinated about geography and history. So, Mazi, you know what I did? I went on Google, pulled up the map of the world. I was shocked. In plain sight. Mazi, Asia is not far, even though it's east, because what they mean, like I said, geography was one of my best subjects. Is where, when you talk about the rising of the sun, it starts from there. But when you take the globe, the map of the world as a globe, and you split it into two and spread it as a cloth, that's what we're talking about when you use the word Far East. So if you come where the Suez Canal is, Suez Canal is the man-made canal that was constructed between the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. When you split them into two, that is the Suez Canal is a man-made canal that was constructed that place. Then I asked myself, why is this place so important? Why was it the place that they had to build the Suez Canal? I'm going somewhere with this, man. I went to the history of Suez Canal. As we are teaching, I was processing what you're saying. Mazi, there is a little stress of landmark called Isthmus of Suez. He says, geology says, the Isthmus of Suez, the sole land bridge between the continent of Africa and Asia, is of a relatively recent geologic origin. What is trying to say that there is still a gap today. In fact, these people that travel from Africa, go to Egypt, try to cross into Europe. That is, they first of all enter Asia. That's the faster way. If Asia is not hostile, it would have been an easy way for them to go, because that little landmark bridge is what connects Asia and us, Africa. You see it at the northern part of Asia, near Egypt, in fact, but eastern side of Egypt. It connects the southern part of Asia. Okay, it's still there today. But even before they split, these two areas were joined. So then you ask yourself, if they did not split the map of the world at this place, where will be the East and where will be the West? Let's leave it. The argument I'm making now is this, because I'm trying to bring my argument together. Because of this, when you're reading the map of the world, because they split it as this Isthmus of Suez, and then build the canal, the Suez Canal. So the side on the right-hand side, which is Asia, becomes the Far East. On your left-hand side becomes Africa. Of course, Europe is very far away. So when you hear the word Far East, it's Europe that is talking that is far. To us, Asia is not far. Let me go into religion, where we're talking about. It took me to another thought process. So I'm asking myself, when this thought was saying, what has this got to do with what we're dealing with? Then this positive thinking or statement came to me. Necessity is the father of invention. Mazi, somehow you reverence it. When humankind or human being is not pushed into a stress, they don't engage their minds. That is why they say necessity is the father of invention. You find out that when you are pushed into a corner, you don't have any way out. That's why when everything around you physically fails you, a right human being goes inward, engage their mind. That's when invention starts. That's when you pull up new things, whether they're philosophical, geographical, religious, whatever it is. Because at that time, you're trying to find a way to survive. Now you go to your inner potential to find the things that can help you, because things outside are not helping you, rather than putting pressure on you. Now let's go to my main argument. I can strongly, again, argue that civilization didn't just start from Africa. It started towards where you and I live. West and South Africa. Let me be just generous. Western and Southern Africa. That begins to give you an idea of our behavior. Because Mazi have always said we are dead bodies. The argument becomes, why is it that things are happening to us? It's like we don't care. Because everything has been handed down to us. We live in an environment where we have abundance of rain, abundance of natural resources, abundance of food, everything. So we have not really engaged our minds. Our ancestors were able to be in communication with Ancient of Days. He inspired them the right way to worship him. They did not suffer. They didn't go through stress to seek God. It was a relationship they had with him. What I'm talking about, Mazi, when I invoke the word ancestors, I'm not talking about 2 million, 3 million, probably 10 million years ago. Because when you go to geologists, they will tell you that human beings have been existing on this physical earth for millions of years. And when you make that argument, you're talking about where you and I come from, and possibly South Africa. Because you wonder why you have all these natural resources. There is something some of us must understand. Like I said, geography was one of my best subjects. Ask yourself, why do we have all these mineral resources? They are coming from dead carcasses, dead woods, where people have lived. It's the metamorphosis of them. That is how you come into diamond and all that. They're coming from fossil, human dead bodies and the trees and all these things. They have been buried and been there, and they went through reaction, metamorphosis, and then they came up to be gold, whatever you call them, even this petroleum and all that. That is why it looks like Europe don't have anything, because Europe is a new region that is coming into development. People are beginning to habitate. So they don't have these things because they have not gone through this pressure. They have not gone through all these things, dying for millions of years, to go through the pressure, of the earth. to metastasize them into becoming minerals. That is what is happening. That is why it looks like all the natural resources are found in Africa. I'm not going to go there deeper, but I'm just giving all these things to connect to what I'm trying to say, Mazi. This is huge. I just received this message now. I mean, this information, mindset now as you're talking. So I'm still processing, but I'm going to share with all the little I have been able to process as you're talking about. So our ancestors didn't start worshiping God because they were under pressure. Something was happening to them. It was a revelation they had. God communicated with them because God wanted them to know, wanted his creation to know who he is. So they developed a way of relationship, a way to communicate with him, a way to commune with him. Pure, clean. It was not by force. It was out of pure understanding, love, and relationship. Now, let's move forward. Now people began to move upwards towards North Africa. Now as they were moving upwards, they began to encounter pressure from the environment. The argument I'm making now, I'm being a little bit light because I need to go into research to find out the elements, the conditions of this geographical location. I can guarantee you, Mazi, without even going to research, they were harsh. They were harsher than where they left. So as they were moving forward, they were encountering these harsh conditions. And remember that time mankind was not in tune with technology. Sciences were not the thing of the day. They were more into spiritualism. So now they must have begun to go and pull their inner self. The knowledge they picked up from their ancestors as they left. And remember the journey then was on foot. Who knows how many years, millions, tens of thousands of years to take them to move from one side. And you know, as they go, they settle and then they continue to move forward. They begin to develop, they begin to try to connect back to that thing, the spiritual aspect of them. But in this process now, as they move along, they begin to come up with new ideas. Because now pressure is making them now to begin to find a way to survive. So now they begin to use their human mind to begin to find a way in the spiritual dimension to solve their problems. That is how religion begins to emerge. Now, instead of spiritualism, it becomes religion because now it's not a relationship, it's not an inspiration they get directly from ancient of days. Now it's a combination of the inspiration of human mind and the feelings of a human mind. That's how religion begins to emerge. Remember, I have argued and continue to argue that religions, any kind of religion, are the mindset of a human being. I'm arguing right now with this thing I'm getting, that this is how religion begins to come. And that's what it means, that's when spirituality begins to evolve and emerge into religiosity. So now they begin to get to places like North Africa. We're talking about Egypt now. I'm not talking about modern Egypt. I'm talking about the location. Because before you get Egypt, you have people, it was, there were other people that occupied it. But as they were moving forward, the pressure was going to begin to come up with these ideas, corrupting the original way of serving and worshiping God. Now, go and look at this location, this Isthmus of Suez. This was a land that connected Africa and Asia. Because the argument I'm making is the condition there must be so stressful that all these religions began to emerge from there. What is it that makes all the major religions coming from there? Mazi, I am now trying to make an argument because of spiritual pressure. They were trying to find a way to connect back to what their ancestors did. But in the process, they got corrupted and what religions were born. Because true worship of Yahweh has nothing to do with control. It's about love. It has nothing to do with controlling one another. And that is what our ancestors have passed down to us. Because we have not gone through stress. We forgot what we had that was so dear to us. We couldn't maintain it. Because a modern example I can give us is what the Fulanis are doing. Ask yourself, Why are Fulanis the master of conquest today? They have been going through stress. They have had no place they can call their own for a long time. So now they have mastered a way of conquest because of the pressure they have been going through. As they going through this pressure, they are learning, they are acquiring new knowledge because they are going into their mind and pulling up their brain, exercising it, and engaging and learning as they go. That's why they have become masterful. But you and I, who have been enjoying the bounty given to us peacefully, we just happen to find ourselves there. We have forgotten to cherish what we have. That is so beautiful, but very eager and willing to accept that which is foreign to us. Because there's a part of a human being that is curious about what they don't know. But what they know becomes common to them. Are these the problem we are going through? I put it back as a question. I can answer myself, I believe that. Even though I'm going to do more researches into all this I have thrown out. But this thing I'm processing as you're talking, Mazi. Because, think about it. And that is why God has risen to bring us back. Again, I'm going to be quick to say that even what we are calling our traditional religion today is corrupt. Because what I'm talking about is spiritualism, which is clean, pure. Because God is a spirit. Isn't that what God is coming to restore us back to? Mazi, I'm going to yield here and I continue to process this. I'm going to come back as you continue. It's overwhelming to me. It's overwhelming to me.
We must continue. Because there's something you say now, which I will also reiterate. Why is it that Africa has more natural resources than other places, like even in Europe? You know, Europe is a product of yesterday. I mean the continent.
Yes, the location.
The location, yeah.
Yes.
You know, Africa, the cradle of even creation is in Africa. You know, all this diamond, gold, all these natural resources, crude oil, they come from millions of years of organic matters.
Yes.
That has been put under pressure by natural occurrences.
Thank you, Mazi. That's what I was talking about.
That's it. So, where there are no organic matters, you don't have them. For those millions of years, you don't have them. That is why it is much in Africa, because that is where life started. That is it, in Africa. But lo and behold, they are trying to change things. Now let me continue what I was saying. The demonization of the term idol was highly instrumental in Western, particularly Christian encounters with other religious traditions. You know, this word using idol, pagan, this and that is just something that, foreigners come, they see, they take their own, now refer to others, use any word on them as bad, demonize. That is where all these things come from. And the worst part of it is how we have accepted and start using the same word to demonize our own value. That is where there is crime, where we are committing crime. A foreigner can come and call you anything, you know. A foreigner can come and call you anything. It doesn't matter. But what matters is when you follow the foreigner, start calling yourself that thing, referring to yourself that thing. That is where it is bad. I asked before, I say, whose standard do you measure the true God? Because that is what, it occurred to me when I was retrospecting. Oh, true God, you are worshiping idol. Now, who gives the standard? On whose standard are you calling somebody that is worshiping an idol? On what standard? What? On your own standard? The same way the Fulani now is referring to us as infidels, which means they are right. Because if they are right, then You are an infidel because you don't believe the way they believe. That is what the Europeans did. And it stuck to us. And now we are using it to destroy our values. You understand? The demonization of the term idol was highly instrumental in Western, particularly Christian encounters with other religious traditions. How can you call our native shrines evil? Why going to other people's shrines for pilgrimage and veneration? How? That is a big question that we should answer, please. How? How can you call our native shrines evil? Demonize it. But you pay your ticket to go to Mecca. Pay your ticket to go, heavy money. You spend money, your savings, in order to go to Jerusalem. Just to do that thing that our ancestors initiated in our land, only that you downgraded it because foreigners told you to do so. That is why they don't take us as equal human beings to them, because they were able to subjugate us, to disrespect, demonize, and downgrade our own thing. How will they take you as a normal equal to them? Can you go and downgrade their own religion? Go to Italy and downgrade their idol worshiping in the name of Christianity. They have shrines everywhere. Go there and tell them, no, you have to, this thing, you people are pagans. Come, I'm giving you, there is one, Amadio, how we serve you. They will, the beating you will get, But they were able to do it to us. But the beauty is that we are now understanding the trick and we are trying to remove ourselves from it. That is what we are doing here. How can you commend and eulogize the rituals of other religions while demonizing ours? It's a question. Have you studied the components of Ark of Covenant? Have you studied the component? The Ark of Covenant or the Ark of God is believed to be the most sacred relic of the Israelites. It is a wooden chest covered in pure gold with an elaborately designated or designed lid called the Mercy Seat. It contained the 2 stone tablets of the 10 Commandments. It also contained Aaron's rod, that is budded rod, and a pot of manna. It has strict rules for its placement. That is, when placing it in their shrine, which is called the tabernacle by them. But in our own, they don't know shrine. No, it's demon. Okay. And those that should go nearer or carry it. There are special people designated to special roles in the service of their deity, which are the Levites. These Levites are grouped into 4 main divisions. I'm coming somewhere, please. They are grouped into 4 main divisions. Listen, because we demonize our own, but we praise others' own. That is arrant stupidity, I'm telling you. Here, our eyes must be open. We must open our eyes and start making researches. That is what we provoke here. Now, the Levites are grouped into 4 main divisions. Number 1, the Kohathites. You know the function of the Kohathites. All are Levites, but they have different works. They are grouped for different actions, different jobs. The first is the Kohathites. You know what is their job? Taking care of the vessels and objects within the sanctuary. The Ark of Covenant, menorah, table of Shirubed. Menorah is the candle, that candle, 7-sticked candle that they maintain. Do you understand? That is what is called menorah. Now, these Kohathites, which are also part of the Levites, their job is to take care of all these vessels and objects within the sanctuary. You know, that is their job. Now, they have the other group is called the Gershonites. They were charged with the care of the outer tabernacle, including components such as the tent and its coverings, screens, doors and hangings. That is their job. Do you understand? Now, the third one is the marriage rights. They take care of the framework, posts, crossbars, courtyard, tents, pegs or tent pegs, etc. of the sanctuary. Okay. And now the last is the Aaronites. These are the chief priests. This in charge to perform sacrifices in the altar. That is it. You know, our brother, maybe we call again, he misinterpreted when we talk about Usu. He misinterpreted, say, no, we have only in this in charge. That is, we need to go deeper. You understand? Because even the Hebrew religion, which we eulogize and say claim part of, they have all these things. Among the Levites, there are some people that are make sure to take care of this, others take care of that, others take care of this, others take care of that, others, the Aaronites are this in charge. If you come from the right lineage of Aaron, you are a high chief priest. This in charge. You understand? So that is the confusion which our brother was trying to bring the other day. I know it's now, but we are made to misinterpret Osu, demonize them, and trying to exterminate that value instead of exploring the positive aspects. You know, one thing that made me start blinking, start talking, looking that there is something in this also. Before even independence, Britain allowed the Eastern Assembly to dive into it in order to quench, say no more, please, let no person talk about it, don't demonize them. Yes. Just let us pretend we are all normal, it doesn't exist. That is not the solution. Britain knows something, they know something that we don't know. That is why they allow this to control, that they will be stifled. Instead of us exploring the positive value, the positive aspect of this that has been corrupted and made us to demonize everything, just like as we are coming up now. As with our values, our traditional way of doing things in general, which they demonize into when you go for, they say you are worshiping demon. Is that true? Is that true? That is not true. That is the same way the corruption of Usu. They don't want us even to dive into there to know that these people we are demonizing, or we are trying to quench and pretend that as if it doesn't exist, let everything, forget everything. They are people that are such that should be respected. There is a job according to our value that they have to be performing, and they come as a people. But they want everything to put blanket on top of it and don't talk about it. Oh, because if you talk about it, you are demonizing them or calling them a Syria. No. But in their own, the Levites, as they put it, is okay. The people, they are still respecting them till today. Why don't we go into more research to find out what really is this value of Osu? There we shall find out something. You understand? We are made to demonize our values because we were weak mentally. But through the teachings of Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, and IPOB, we are regaining our natural mental strength, which will strengthen our physical capability. Because when you are mentally weak, even physically, you will not have strength. I'm telling you honestly. You know, as a human being, there are some things that will happen. Your psychology, your psyche will become weak. It will affect you physically. Sometimes you will not even be able to do anything, or what you were doing before, what you used to do before. Because you are mentally weak. Not that you are physically weak, but that mental weakness will transform itself into physical weakness. But when you train yourself to be physically mentally strong, I'm telling you, physical strength will come. It doesn't matter what happened. That is why one time our leader preached. He talked about running this race, this restoration. That the things we will see on the way will make us, many of us, to be frustrated. It will bring frustration. It will bring even confusion. Many things. You say that time what you need is no more physical strength but mental strength, because it's that mental strength that will keep us moving. You continue moving. It doesn't matter that what you are seeing is making you to be tired, frustrated, but your mentality, your mental strength keep you walking. That is what we are inside today. The Israelites, no matter that they were conquered for thousands of years, retained elements of their values. Do you understand? Which were developed at the coming of Zionism in the 19th century, started by one Theodor Herzl in 1897. This Zionism that led to the restoration of Israel, and which later led to the restoration of their country, which is now very strong and never to be conquered again. Therefore, upholding our values is very important in this restoration effort. Without upholding our values, we could be even convinced into believing that our quest for Biafra restoration is evil, it's demon, and we stop it. That is why when our leader started this thing, broadcasting, he hit the hammer, telling Biafrans, stop going to Yoruba church. There's something he wanted to achieve that time, because he know that when you listen to him, listen to Radio Biafra, to the reality, when you go to church, your pastor will just on a wave of only one speech, he would condemn, say, don't listen to that man, he's antichrist, finish, and you are done, finish. Do you see why our leader was doing what he did at that time? Now, when he know that, understand that people are matured. You know, you feed a baby, a child, according to the age. When she is born new, be going on milk. Little by little, you start introducing remains in our land. Complete conquest. That was what they initiated as from 1970. And we being ignorant, we agreed, no victor, no vanquish, and went to sleep. As if nothing, it's okay, everything is okay. And nothing was okay. What is our position till today, if everything is okay? What was our position? What they wanted to do is to round us. They built the highest Islamic school in West Africa, in Abakaliki. And I saw even police, Chinese police station built in Nigeria, mostly in Enugu. And I think in Anambra, I think they say it's going to be open either yesterday or today.
Of that one, I'm trying to understand. That one beats me. What is the meaning?
All these things, they are putting all these things to put us in check, under check. They are not doing it in the north.
Why Chinese? Why our land?
Why would it be Biafra? That is why you see all these governors.
To have a police station.
You see all these governors, Igbo governors, senators, before God and man, if we never start chopping off their neck, killing them openly, I don't care if somebody should start this thing. You see suicide bombing to kill a governor. It is allowed.
Even this,
I'm telling you, they are there. They are rounding us up.
To have a British police station in Nigeria as a sovereign state, it never happened. I'm trying to understand the rationale.
They are pushing it to our side. To our side, to Biafra land mostly.
And everybody's quiet.
They're quiet.
I mean, this, you can't even go to China and speak English.
No, they are selling us. The caliphate is selling. They are
what
selling.
is Chinese police station doing in Igbo land? I mean, are they to be arresting Chinese people or arresting? What is the purpose?
The purpose is to keep us under check. The equipments, what they are monitoring, they bring equipments to monitor us, keep us. They are selling our land to foreigners. The part of Nigeria. Look at how they removed our railway lines. No alarm, as if nothing happened. In our land, the governors are there. They don't raise alarm. Look at how Governor Autumn is raising alarm every time. He's a one-man squad.
The LGs are there. Everybody's like they're into stupor. I've never seen anything like this before. Even you can't even carry another state. Let's assume that in America where I am today, where every state is like sovereign by itself, semi-sovereign. You cannot come to a Maryland where I live and say you have the NYPD, which is New York Police Station in Maryland. That's crazy. You cannot have anything like that, even though it's one state. You cannot come into Maryland and see anything that is called NYPD. That is New York Police in Maryland. This is a foreign country. Chinese police, are they going to wear Chinese uniform, police uniform? I'm trying to, that's why I say, what is the rationale? Are they going to dress up? Is that Chinese police with Chinese people or Nigerians, Igbo people, put Chinese uniform on them? Or are they going to recruit people that will wear Nigerian police uniform and they will call them Chinese police? I'm trying to understand the rationale. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to get a grip on that. I saw it. I'm like, what the F is this?
Nwada, if it is something positive, they will never allow it to come to our land. Never. But look at where they are situating it. Enugu, they are saying, I think they have opened the one of Enugu. The one of Anambra will be opened soon. I don't know whether in Imo. And you know, in our land, if it is something that is good, you cannot smell it in our land, never. And here you know that our people are the most gullible.
It's not completed. The second bridge.
There you know that our people, they can sell.
Even when they propose the old gauge, not even the dual gauge. Even the so-called old one, they're removing them. We don't have electricity. We don't have water. We don't have security. Then what we're having is a foreign security force. Build their stations physically. And everybody is quiet. This behooves me. Unbelievable.
You know, they know what this thing is showing me. Is confirming to me our people are very cheap, honestly. If not for IPOB, we are finished. If not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are finished. Our people, they can use money, buy people that they can use money to buy. And they will allow, don't do anything you want, don't worry. They don't know that this thing will affect our future generation. That is where it baffles me. I don't know what type of money, what type of political position. These governors, are they not the same with Governor Autumn that is talking? Even for his people, one man squad only talking, only one person in the whole of the middle belt, only him talking openly. And you see people here, everybody are behaving like I cannot understand. If we don't wipe away all this political elite in our land, I'm telling you, we have problems. Because these people, they are the worst set of human being. I say they are worse than you see scorpion, you see roaches, every kind of.
You can't even go to China today and walk on the street without being harassed for your documentation. You can't even go to China today and speak English. They listen to you. They discriminate. These people are one of the most discriminating people I've ever seen in my life. Chinese. Even here in America, they try to discriminate. Chinese people. Asians in general. and they are coming into our own country, in our own neighborhood, in our own niches, building police station and calling it Chinese police station. Mazi, let me tell you this thing. When I saw this, I said, wait. If they are building, if they say that a police station was constructed by the Chinese and donated to the people, I can scratch my head and say, okay, let me think about this. But this one that is Chinese police station, built by police station Chinese, that's why I'm asking the question. Is it Chinese people that are coming to man it with their police uniform? Or is it going to be Nigerian police uniform being put on Chinese people? Or is it going to be our godly people that are going to be moved over there now as police, but working on behalf of Chinese? These are questions that I've been asking myself since yesterday. Mazi, I cannot arrive at any answer. It makes no sense. But from the least to the whatever greatest in that land, everybody is quiet. Nobody's asking questions. The governors, commissioners, men of assembly, men of senate, the local government, the chiefs, the aces, the onzonozos, even the young men that are going to be arrested and put into that place are not even saying what is going on. Mazi, you say dead bodies. Some dead bodies can move. I don't know what this one is. This is beyond a state of stupor. What is going on?
Okay, Nwada, before I open my lines, my closing remark in this thing is, we should uphold our value. Trying to uphold our value, making us to go back to start upholding our value, it means taking back our dignity. That is what it means. Simple. Taking back our dignity. Because without it, we cannot restore our humanity, our humanness. You understand? We cannot do it, restore our dignity using foreign ideology. It is impossible. It is practically impossible. Because those people, those foreigners will be always controlling you. There must be a way you make mistake. They will control you. No, this is not how it. No matter how you learn or study, you will not be more than Pope. It's impossible. Do you see it? Do you see what we are saying? That
yes,
is
Mazi,
why.
because even the state of Israel you're talking about today, yes, they were all over the world.
Well, go on, continue. Just continue towards there, so that after I open the lines, please go on.
Even though they were dispersed all over the world, their own location they were completely uprooted. Okay, so that is why some of them, even where they were, some of them embraced some other religion. They did embrace some, but when they wanted to restore their state, the main original religion in Israel today is their ancient religion. Even though they are not asking you, they kind of semi-secular, you can practice whatever religion, but the religion that they use to establish that state is their ancient religion. Yes, it has gone through, revolution, it has gone through evolution, but the core religion, which everything they do as a country, as a state, hinges on that their Torah. And that is what we're trying to say. Our ancestors were not stupid. But why have we allowed them? Why I brought this story of try to connect what, when you talked about what you said, I began to, it took me to this argument I made. Our people went in, came back and corrupted our ancestors. Some of our ancestors, the recent ones, they abandoned the original religion. They abandoned the original way of worship, which was spiritualism, and they embraced all this foreign religion they don't even know anything about. That is the beginning of our demise. That is why we are trying to go back. Those people that brought this religion, just like example, a slave. You said it, Mazi. One of the people that makes Christianity to stick in Nigeria, in that location, was a free slave. He knew better. Maybe, I don't know whether he was the first slave or he was his ancestors. The truth, staying in America, wherever he was, he embraced the new religion. And then he became a perfect instrument to come back.
It is him direct, him, Ajay Crowder, he was the person, he was the person that was taken as slave from Yoruba land, direct, not even his hands, it direct.
You know, so because our ancestors, everything was handed over to them, they didn't get it through pressure. They were not able to stand and challenge this young man. They began to bite it because we are so intrigued about something new. Because he was handed over to Mazi. It's the same, mindset. When you see a child that the parents handed everything over to, they didn't go through stress to acquire the wealth. Go and check all this, even all these politicians we are talking about, who amass wealth, send their children overseas, put them in lost apartment. They don't go through the stress of a normal person is going through, thinking about you to have to pay your school fees, how to work and pay your school fees. These kids are all over, just like the son of what's his name, Saraki. Is this Saraki that was caught in a this thing, showering money to strip girls. Meanwhile, people are dying. Can't even go to hospital. Can't even have a meal. Some of us here work 12 hours, some 16 hours, just to make ends meet. This guy, I can tell you, has never worked since he came here as a student. Our money is being shipped to him. That is why he had more than excess to go to red street houses to be showering money to women like that. He didn't accumulate the money. So this kind of individual, if at the fullness of time the father dies, you think he'll be able to take care of the wealth that has been accumulated? The answer is no, because he didn't suffer for it. He didn't know the pain it takes to make $1. But if you reverse the case, you see that is why it looks like the children that come from distressed homes or from a humble, we'll call it humble beginning, which is stressful beginning, or the children of widows, they excel. Because they understand pressure, they understand stress, and when they are going through that stress and pressure, that's when they go inward and pull up their potentials and use what is inside to take care of what they're suffering from outside. This is a simple, natural thing. So we have not gone through stress, which is what we are going through now, and that is why you see that we are going back to discover who we are. Or who we were. Because as long as we are continuing to have God, if God has continued to work, has continued to allow us to have things easy, we will not metaphysize to be like the crude oil we're talking about today. All these diamonds, they go through pressure to become, and that's the pressure we are going through now. And that is why Mazi said, a time will come, we must use our mental capacity, because that's where the fight will be. And it's only those who will go inward now and pull up our potential, our mental ability to withstand and go through this process. We are the ones that are going to emerge victoriously at the fullness of time to restore Biafra. Not those who are coming, trying to use their physical strength. That's what that man was talking about. And that's what has sustained him where he is. He went in just like butterfly who has laid egg, and that egg becomes a larva, using what is inside to develop into a butterfly. That's where Mazi is, because there's no way anybody can be in the solitary situation for a year and a half and still be able to function. Because this man has internalized himself, pulled up his mental capacity. So anything that is happening around him is nonsense. He's dealing with what is inside. And this is one of the principles when you practice yoga. This is one of the principles all these monks are using to overcome the law of nature, the law of physical nature. That's what I'm talking about. You pull your spiritual aspect to override the physical aspect. That's where Mazi is. And that's what we must begin to traject ourselves to. Mazi, if you want to open the line, go ahead. I have a lot to bring in.
I will do that. But before I do, let's go into a few minutes break as usual, so that when we come back, the lines will be opened. Please don't go away.
ọrụ auku agbaghị mkpe.
Ọ mụ na-abụ onye na-akpọ Mazi Ojukwu, abụ onye Akpọha dịla Afikpo North. Afikpo North dịkwala Ebonyi steeti or province ka ọ kpọrọ ya, ọ ka ọ dị mma.
Ndewo. Dịka anyị na-ajụ gị si omenala Igbo ọ kwadoro mmadụ nwụọ ahapụ onye ahụ ọtụtụ mgbe n'ụlọ a na-echekwa ozu ahapụ ili onye ahụ, omenala Igbo ọ kwadoro ya?
N'uche nke m, anyị na-akabụ mmasị a na-asa ahụ n'afọ n'afọ. Ana m eso nne m ochie na-eso nna m ochie na-amụta ihe mgbe ha nọ ndụ. Omenala Igbo ọ kwadoro mmadụ nwụọ ha bịara n'ebe ozu ka o ree ka o siri isi.
Ndewo. Gịnị ka iche kpatara na ndị mmadụ na-eji ahapụ onye nke ha nwụrụ na ebe a na-echekwa ozu?
Ọ sị m kwuo dịka ụmụ ụlọ akwụkwọ ụmụ skuulu ndị na-asa ahụ n'afọ n'afọ, ihe na-ahụ kịta ihe mere eji ahapụ mmadụ n'obu ozu. Ị chọrọ dịka onye Igbo, onye gboo Igbo, ka ime ihe ndọcha na-eme n'oge nke ha. I jiri ego ya hapụ nne gị, hapụ nna gị, ị ga-agba mgbawa nsị, irewe ala, mere ka mee nke ọzọ, ka ị bịa kwa nne gị ka ị lie ya. A ga-emecheta mgbe nne m nwụrụ 2017, nne m nwụrụ, agbara nwaanyị, masị ka eresa ya na ụlọ m na palọ. Ọ ga na 4 days ya na-eme na mọchụarị ka eme ya na palọ m. Ọ ga-aga mọchụarị ọpụzụ emesịrị ihe niile. After 4 days abara nọgara abịakwa ya mee ihe ọbụla na-eme, setụrụ ndị nwoke, setụrụ ndị nwaanyị mmadụ agawa. Ọ bụ ka m mee ihe ndị ọzọ mere anyaukwu, oke mpako. Ọ mere ụfọdụ ji hapụ nne ya na nna ha nọ ọdụ n'ọkwa ozu.
Ndewo ishi. Ugbu anyị na-ajụzi gị ihe gbasara iri ji ya na ịgba mmanwụ n'ala Igbo, ọwụ ihe ziri ezi, ọwụ ihe ọjọọ dị n'ime ya?
Ndewo nne, dị nwe mmadụ. Iri ji ọ bụ omenala maọbụ ọdịnala. Ịgba mmanwụ ọ bụ ihe egwuregwu n'obodo ji akwado onwe ha n'ogogo nke ha, n'oge nke ha, n'obodo ha. Ndewo.
Mana n'uche gị, iche na ọwụ ihe ọjọọ n'ihi na ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ ugbu a ma chọọchị na-asị na ihe ndị ahụ adịghị ezi?
Chọọchị akwadoghị iri ji na ịgba mmanwụ n'ihi na chọọchị bịara abịa ihe a ihe esi obodo oyibo, obodo ndị ọcha bịara ya ebe a mebisiwara ya ihe. Ịgba mmanwụ ọ bụ ihe egwuregwu. Ụmụ agbọghọbịa na ụmụ okorobịa ha ekwu egwuregwu n'oge ahụ a na-agba mmanwụ. Iri ji ị ga-echeta ọnọdụ oge nye obodo. Ndewo.
Ndewo. Ihe gbasara asụsụ Igbo, kedu ihe iche kpatara asụsụ Igbo ndị mmadụ ji na-ahapụ asụsụ Igbo na-asụ asụsụ ọzọ bịara abịa, yana kedu ihe iche anyị ga-eme were kwụsị ihe dị ụtọ?
O nwere otu nwanne m nwoke o kwuru okwu sị na eri anyị eri anyị enweghị chenji, kpụọ anyị sekuru, anyị enweghị chenji. Asụsụ Igbo ọ ga-adị ebe ọbụla ị ga-abịa iwe onye Igbo gbawa ọsọ. Abịa na asụsụ anyị kịta taa bụ abalị 22 n'ime afọ 2002. Taa bụ afọ unu nọ na-ekwu okwu. Nne na nna anyị bụ nsogbu anyị nwere, ndị nkụzi anyị ụlọ akwụkwọ dị iche iche nsogbu anyị nwere ha anaghị akụziri anyị Igbo akwụkwọ asụsụ ndị mba ọzọ nke mere na ịsụọ asụsụ Igbo ịwọrọ onye gburu mmadụ onye ọgwụ ego ịwọrọ krim asụsụ Igbo mana ndị na nna anyị apụrụ anyị nwere ịbịa n'ụlọ gị ka megasị nne nye m iko nye m ngaji nye m efere ịsọrọ nwa gị oyibo nwa gị were ya gawa ọ bụrụ oge gboo nne gị ga-esi ga weta nkụ kutere m mmiri wetara m efere wetara m ite mana kịta ọ bụ gambiri pọtụ nwanne m nwaanyị ịbịa jụọ ya nne kedu ka ị mere ọ sị gị I'm fine ọhịa na-akụzi ya na skuul n'ụlọ akwụkwọ nke na-adịghị anyị mma kịta ile m anya n'isi ahụ ha bụ onye gboo m na-eme praktis nna m ha ihe mkpu n'isi lekwe ịchaka ihe niile gold na ọlaedo ọ nọ n'isi m ọsịnye gboo ọ bụ nne na nna anyị n'ụlọ akwụkwọ mebisiri asụsụ obodo anyị yọla ndewo nne.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and I am here with Nwada Marien T. Haider. We are discussing on religious issues. That is what we are doing today, being Saturday, the 12th day of November 2022, in Obochenkwo in our land. Therefore, our lines are now open. You can call us on our direct line as usual, +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Do not forget that the topic of our submission is upholding our values. This is the fourth part. We'll continue on it because we need to come back to who we are. We need to come back to real human beings we are created to be. I have a caller or callers waiting, but let me go to caller on direct line. Please call on WhatsApp. Hold on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. No, it's gone. I don't know. Caller on WhatsApp, please. You can go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp. You can go on. Please hold on. No vex. Anyway, let me still pick the caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Are you there? No. Caller on WhatsApp, please. You can go on now. Go on.
Okay. All right. Okay. Jonathan, my brother, our prof. Thank you so much. Good evening to you, and good evening to our lovely sister Nwada Marien. Good evening to you, my sister. My name is Ebo Chukwuemeka. I'm calling from South Africa. I'm from Chinedu province in Kanu precisely. As usual, you guys are excellent. As usual, Jonathan, you are excellent always. Try to give us the clue of who we are to make sure that we are connected. There's something I want to say here. I remember the first time that I listened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What draws me back most to him was where he was complaining of how we missed our roads, how we left our creator, Skokabian, how we channeled our energy, our knowledge to foreign worshiping. And everything that has been done against us, that's what brought me close to him so much. I started listening to him. In Igbo land, I have said this before, because I grew up with my grandfather. My grandfather was almost, I think it was 100 or something, or 100 years. I'm not sure, I wasn't sure, but he was almost 100 or 100 or something years before he died. And I lived with him before he died. I was the only one that lived with him because his wife died, so there was nobody. I was living with him. My parents were living in Africa. Cooking, we go to farm and everything. So whenever we go to farm, my grandfather, I remember that when women, if a woman is her period, that doesn't come to my grandfather's farm. If a woman is in her period, the person doesn't enter my grandfather's farm. When he's buying women to come and they remove the grasses from the farm, he will be asking them, are they on their period? If they're on the period, no. I knew this from him. And another thing is that after harvesting the farm, he will leave some foods in the farm so that the people who doesn't farm will come and harvest them. I know this. Even when new
that
moon
is
comes
our
out,
tradition,
you
our value.
pray for the new moon. I know this. And I know that whenever he comes back, there are some my grandfather, he's got a place called Obi. That Obi, I know that where he receives people in the evening, he goes there. And whenever he prays, he only prays for Chukwuka Biama. But I have never seen my grandfather with any image in his home. I have never seen him with idol, any carved image or bowing down to him. Always, although there's a shrine, there's a place called Omu.
It's a normal thing, the shrine, the tabernacle. That is it. It's normal.
Yes. So there is no image there. But what is there is there's a this tree called Omu. That's where he comes there, but he doesn't pour wine there. He doesn't. But he stay there, and after praying he goes until he dies. That's the knowledge I got from him. But when I started researching about our origin after listening to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I remember that 3 days ago, this king from Aguleri or Umwera, I don't know. I don't know if you know him. That the king from our ancient fathers, according to the history of people, from Eri lineage. Yes, he was praying the other day, and after praying, he mentioned the name of Jesus. Immediately he mentioned the name of Jesus. It's like, to me, I don't know about others. To me, it's like glory was taken away from him. It's like a naked slave. He was after praying the name of Jesus, like somebody is slave, a coward, a slave. You know, because I know very, very well that from ancient of the kings that was there before him never prayed in the name of Jesus. When did Jesus come to Igbo? Even our fathers, my father, imagine my father. There was a day he went home. My father was praying. He was saying in the name of Jesus. I said, Papa, never ever mention that name again. Who is telling you to call the name of Jesus? He said the church people. So what church people? I know my mom is deeper life. She doesn't agree. I said, don't call that name again. Pray in the name of Chukwuka Biama, like ancient people pray. I was explaining to him that the only thing I know, that my understanding about Chukwuka Biama is that Chukwuka Biama does not share his glory with anyone. But the mistake we Igbo people make is the interpretation or distinction between Chukwuka and the spirits, the angels that he created, that governs the land, governs the river, governs the tree, governs the farm, governs every community. That's the mistake we made, you know, differentiating them, how to give Chukwuka glory and how to give those spirits glory. their own command to go and pray with the kola nut. I heard him when he was praying when he was praying. He was calling Chukwuka, Chukwueke, Chukwuori, Chukwuam, Chukwufo. Now he's giving all the glory to Chukwuka, but he's calling them Chukwu. You are the one that created it. You are the one that created Oreo. You are the one that created Africa. You are the one that created the river. Don't mention that you are worshiping. You created it. Just like you were saying, you created this shrine. But because you cannot go to, let's say, I'll call it now. You cannot go to a king now. You bring a kola nut to give to the king or goat to give that king. After giving the king goat, you call the maids, all his servants that serving the king. You say the servants come, I'm giving you this goat, belong to you. And the king, you guys must eat it together. You are insulting the king. You are insulting the king. The king will not look at you. The king will take you away. So okay, fine. You came to me and you are calling my servants for me and them to eat in one plate together. It's an insult. You don't regard the king. You don't even know who king is.
The woman, please round up. Many people are calling.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to put. Thank you so much. Keep on, my brother. Thank you.
Remain blessed. You know what baffles me?
Mazi, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Mazi, please, quickly.
Yes.
Two things I want to highlight from what he said.
Let it be quick because people are lining up. Yes.
I know, I'm going to be quick. Two things I want to highlight was one, when he talked about why our ancestors were marrying many wives. He talked about it. They were not marrying wives because of promiscuity. They were marrying them because of one of these things he said. Because when a woman was in her period, she was set aside. You see, it's even in the Bible. So, but now look at contrasting with the modern Christianity or modern religion they brought in. They say it's only one man, one wife. Then you are sleeping around with everybody. Which one is better? I don't know. But then I'm going to go to the next contrast, which is now they're talking about our ancestors that worship and idol worship. We are present idol worship. Now, like example, he said, when you're going on a living tree, and there becomes like your tent of meeting or a place of meeting between God, a point of meeting. That tree is a living entity, has an energy. But now contrast it with when they bring in a bag of cement. They mold something with a bag of cement that is a dead entity, and people go there to bow down to them. I just want to highlight these two contrasts. Go ahead, man.
Of course. You know, one thing that baffles me is when they pray, they can invoke Angel Michael, come and scatter the demons. Angel Michael, I command you. They are invoking angels, the angel of fighting, as they put it. But in our own, they say, oh no, he said because they call it Angel Michael. But when we invoke our Madio, hey, no, he's a demon. This man that said something in Igbo, so I ate without change. They didn't give us even change. I did dry. With a change, why she secura and happy. I name Megiri. Caller on direct line. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Please go on now. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Go on. I will bring it back. The line just went off through a mistake. I pressed something and it went off. So let me see. Please call us on WhatsApp and Signal. Hold on. Just hold on, please. Hold on. I'll come to you. I made a mistake. Yes, Mazi, go on. The line went off. It's my mistake. Go on, please. Go on.
As I was saying,
how good I wayo wayo nkewo
the pastors will nkewo nkojo tejigo maka otu Nigeria dị ndị mmadụ wayo hapụzie ihe ndị nna ya degara anyị ekpokọrọ ihe na-ewe n'ọhịa ka gwa gị last year o nwere nke ihe si bịa siere n'ike ọ mgbe m bịara mebe ihe omenala kpọkuwe ndị nna m kpọkuwe ndị nna ochie m ka ụzọ bịa mepere m ebe esi akpọ gị ha bụ United States of America so ụzọ mepere m sochie ya anya ụzọ mepere m ịghọtago in short ama m the thing Kanu kọchara so much ihe na-ene ndị pastọs anyị na Nigeria ihe ha na-eme otu esi egwu ndị mmadụ wayo efu na hope adịrọzi for us.
No, I hope no. Mazi, hope day, hope no.
For Amadio, ha were ya so onye ọjọọ. Ụmụnne gị akpọghị onye ọjọọ, onye na-efe ekwensu, ị na-eme ihe ọjọọ. Ijiri ihe n'aka anya ha asịrị ịchọrọ iji ha gwọọ ọgwụ ego. Ịghọtago? Mana ọwụ ha ga-eme ka anyị hapụ ime ihe kwesịrị ka anyị mee.
Ndewo dodorege. Hope there. Ndewo. Well, that's why we are doing what we are doing today. We are restoring that hope in us. That is it. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on now. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Go on, Mazi, go on.
Okay, yeah. This is Pope Nnamdi calling. I enjoy this your topic on the talk about religion. We can never walk away from it because that is exactly the problem with the that defend what other people are doing. Omenala ndị ọzọ ka anyị na-defend. Ndị Biafra ndị pa ekele Maria n'isi. Ndị defend ife ndị Rome yiwara. Anyị nwa eburu ya n'isi. Ndị Biafra wụ ndị na-eme God bless the Queen Eliza Ekwensu kpọrọ ọkụ. Ọ bụ ndị Biafra na-bless God Canterbury. Ndị Biafra wụ ndị ji okwukwe ndị Yoruba Oyedekpo Kumuye Adeboye God of Adeboye ọkwa otu ndị Biafra. What is wrong with our people? What is wrong with the Biafran people? Omenala ndị nke nna anyị ka anyị bịara si n'ụha ụzọ ife ekwensu n'ọwụ arụsị onye nwe ekweli ihe ọjọọ. Mazi biko, you have to continue this program because a ga na-ekwu ya steady ka ntị ka ọ banye ndị Biafra na ntị. Japan adịghị ekele Maria ha na-efe. They are a world power. Economy can feed the whole of Africa. China na-efe nke ha. And look at where they are. Ndị ife na-eme ndị Biafra, they are the ones to defend every other person's religion, but not ours. The way of our ancestors. How can you tell me that our own ancestors who are worshiping Satan? Onye nwe ekweli ihe ọjọọ. Ụmụ Biafra teta n'ụra. Where is Francis of Vatican? They are killing us like chicken. Where is Francis of Vatican? Odusondu ugbu ọ na-aga ekele Maria, unu ga na-ekele Maria. Where is Francis? We saw Francis defending Muslims. Our own Catholicism, Biafran Catholic abụghị, anyị abụghị mmanụ. Arinze na ọhụ dị na Vatican na-ezuzu si anyị ga-fọm political party ụmụ ekwensu. Eliza they want to wipe the Biafran people out of the air. Yet our people go and give them 1/10, pay tithes and offering to them. Is it Adeboya and Oyedebo? You think they want you to be free? They want to keep buying private jets forever. Opotundi Biafra, they defend them. Biafran people, you have to wake up. Go back to the ways of your ancestors. What is wrong with our people? The Lord is for every human being, for everybody. Let the Lord be true and every man lie. You are the Lord. Let your name be glorified. You will never share your glory with anybody. But look at Biafran people. Ekele Maria God bless Eliza. God bless Charlie Ogua. Charlie nwe ekwensu. Ndị na-atọ otu a ga-esi kpọpụcha Biafrans n'okpuru anyanwụ. Onwe pastọ onye Igbo na-eme chọọchị ka ya na isi onye Biafra gaa na chọọchị pastọ onye Igbo ya ọsọ ha adịghị nke onye fe mmanụ dị ya mma ndị ifele eme ndị Biafra abụrụ n'ọnụ ka ọ gịnị? What is wrong with Biafran people? Odu na aki onye ọla mara ife mgbe anyị ga-ama agati with theology we read this and that unu agụgwela ife niile yet unu ada apari Biafrans teta n'ụra. Mazi Jona biko cheni ike onye nwa gozi unu.
We must continue. This issue we will continue, honestly speaking. Because I saw, before I look at it, I thought very well. I said, no, what we are suffering is legion, is many. If we don't dive into this, forget. People want us to come here to talk about why. Hey, now, many people. What is image? If you are afraid of the reality of truth, you run away. That is it. Otherwise, we continue. Because what we are doing here is to make you think, reason. It's not that we are commanding you, no. In every way, no matter how sad you are, that what you have been born and bred with, that after all, there is another side of the coin. That is why you are mad, you are sad. Not that if you reason what we are saying, reason deeply, what justifies us is what these people are saying is truth. That is why we join this struggle. Because no matter what our leader is talking, how he's saying it, insulting, hammering this, but when you reason to the substance of what he's saying, you say, nah, but what this man, no matter his insult, arrogance, or anything you can call it, what he's saying is truth. That is the only thing that we want. We don't want your accolade. Only is what we are saying, reason it. Is it truth? Is there any reason on it? That is the only thing that makes me happy. Nothing more. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, I'll come to you. There are many calls, honestly. Calls are coming like... Caller on signal, please go on and make it, if you can, brief as you could. Caller on signal, please go on. The platform is yours. Go on, please.
Our meeting coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow, the 13th of November 2022 in Liverpool. Please, if you know anybody, if you have any brother, sister, friend that is living in Liverpool, please ask them to come and join our meeting. They can contact me on this number 07843 703123. I repeat 07843 703123. My brother Jonathan, thank you, and my sister Miriam, I thank all of you. I use this opportunity to thank our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and all the directorate, and all through Biafrans, the ESN members. Brother, what we are saying is obvious. They have demonized our culture. They have demonized our way of life. Everything about us was demonized. I want to give you one example. When I wanted to baptize my daughter in London, and the Reverend Father asked me, who is that surname is answering? Chukwuemeka. And they said to me, I said to him, it's their grandfather. The man tried to discourage him and said to me that name will bring them problem in future in this country. I asked him why. He said, I've told you it will be a problem in the future. I was laughing in my mind. I said, because I know my children will not end up in England. Once Biafra come, everybody home. So that is one of the ways they try to discourage us through churches. Be it Anglican, Catholic, Pentecostal, all of them are the same. Can you imagine one of my cousins, his father died because he has become a born again in a different church, different from Catholic church. Instead of him doing the right footing, him and his own church congregation, his own born again group, he is supposedly the first son now, because the one that know him died. So he's now automatically the next person in line. Instead of him to be the person that will be coming to say sorry for what that is dead, he left it for the rest of the family and went a different way with his own church congregation. He have 1/10 for his own church congregation, he's there with them. The other one is for Umunna, with any other person coming for burial visit and the rest of them. Then another one also, this one is the entered Pentecostal church. His brothers and sisters that are in Catholic church, they no longer walk in the same direction. You see them as infidels. You see them as unbelievers. So what they are saying is the obvious. Is the obvious in the sense that when you try to bring the truth, when to bring the truth out, the evil one will start fighting you to make sure that you don't get the truth out. But what we are doing is noble and we continue to do it. I know that our way of life is before you kill a chicken, we don't eat dead chicken. Before a chicken dies, they always put a knife on the neck and sprinkle the blood. That is part of our way of life. But today, we don't even touch chicken. We don't know whether it is chicken they kill or the turkey, whatever they kill, whatever. They bring it to us. No matter what they do, sacrifice on it, they bring to us, we eat. So the best thing is for us to go back to our way of life. And I want you to continue, please, my brother. This topic will continue even after Biafra is restored. All hail Biafra. Thank you very much.
All must hail Biafra. When you see all these things happening in our land, these divisions, enmities between brothers and sisters, families, because of church, Christianity, and you want us to keep quiet. No, you are demented, honestly. You are demented. After you start quoting the book of this, say the book of that, say standard. Who give these people the standard to call our revere the culture that has been working for hundreds of thousands of years with our ancestors, to come and demonize it? And we follow them. We'll continue. Caller on direct line, on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Call on WhatsApp.
Ndewo Mazi.
Ndewo kwe.
Mazi Jonathan Chinedu ekene silingike wa Chineke the professor. Ekene silingike the wise man onye agumagu, the Aristotle of our time. Kenekwa Nwada Marien. Hi. Ada n'elu ukwu anọ nnukwu nwanyị jupụtara na amamife. Ekenele m unu rinne. In fact, ife niile na-alụkọ ọrụ iwetele Chukwu abịa ma otito. Ife niile na-alụkọ ọrụ iwetele Chukwu abịa ma otito. I thank Chukwu Abịama for the Radio Biafra, for the coming of University of Radio Biafra. I thank Chukwu Abịama. I remain Mazi Billy Malugo from United Arab Emirates. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. Ịmanụ na-abụ onye mala oya na ya ọmako ga-esi agwụ ya. The main problem butere anyị suffering naanị na afọ anyị na anyị na-ata na by today bụ ihe ndị ọcha butere anyị akpọrọ Christianity. Ọ ya bụ nsogbu anyị today. Ọ ya mere chi anyị ji wee gbakọta anyị azụ, anyị wee na-ata afụ. Ya mere ndị British ma ndị Fulani ji wee bịa weghara ala anyị today na-eri akụrụba anyị. Because of what? Na anyị gbakọtara chi anyị azụ na-efe nonsense. Ihe a na-amara afịa ndị ọcha wetara anyị wee si na nke anyị ewu nke ọjọọ. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, ịma na China today, China na-abụrụ Christianity, maybe that slave book akpọrọ Bible ebutere ndị Africa ha na-agụ. Na country na a na-arụ this slave book akpọrọ Bible na China na-enye millions of their citizens nri, eme ha millionaires. Ha dị agụkwa da Bible mana ha nwa na-ebiri ya ndị Black Africa, ndị isi ojii. Ha na-agụ ya, brain ha niile na-destroy. Ihe niile ndị be anyị na-eyuzu today, black people na-eyuzu today. Ihe niile black people na-eyuzu today, 99% ihe niile black people na-eyuzu today bụ ndị agha kpọrọ unbeliever na-arụpụta lọfịa. Ma phone anụ anyị na-eyuzu today, ma all the equipment niile, this useless Christianity na-eyuzu today, this useless people na-eyuzu today bụ unbeliever na-arụpụta ya. O nwere ka amepụtanwu. These people, they are slave our ancestors. Faji agha wee gbuo our ancestors, gbuo ha. Were ụgbọ a na-akpọ Jizọs buru our ancestors na ụmụaka wee laa befa, were ụmụaka wee feed a crocodile. Ịbịa to this, mmadụ asị m jiri nwayọọ na-agwa dise, ọ ndị a wi Fidel, Christianity wi Fidel, ọ ha wa Fidel, ndị emerụgo ala be anyị, ndị a merụ Christianity merụrụ ala be anyị today, ọ ndị a merụrụ ala be anyị, ọ ha mere ihe adịghị agazi aga na be anyị today. So Mazi Jonathan Chinedu nwere m ọtụtụ okwu ikwu na abụrụ unu jisie ike na ike dị n'okwu ọnụ. Okwu ọnụ ka ga-eji wee kwaghachi ndị be anyị azụ, and many people are returning back today. The truth na-eghezi oghe today, ndị be anyị amago nke bụ eziokwu today na Christianity bụ a big scam. A ga na-akụ ha ma n'isi ntụ because ha nwere onwe ha na-aba na wa shrine na wa tabernacle ga na-edestroy ya na-akpụ ihe Chineke ji wee gozie anyị n'ihe ọjọọ ka ọ. Mana today anya ndị mmadụ emepego today na ihe ndị ọcha wetara anyị akpọrọ Christianity wo scam. The so called useless Jesus ka gịnị ka akpọrọ ya, n'ihe ndị a niile wo scam. Na onwere nke na-arụ ọrụ na bai, n'ihe ndị a niile destroy, ihe ndị a niile jidere ala bai wee merụọ today. Ekele dịrị Chukwu abịama. Mazi Jonathan, gị na Nwada Marien na ndị niile na-agba mbọ iresto our land back ka anyị jisie n'ike bikonu, maka na onye mara ya na ayọ mako ga-esi agwa. Today anyị amatago, tata anyị amatago na Christianity bụ nnukwute ọya na ahịa anyị na bai today. Ihe this nonsense ndị ọcha wetara anyị. Mazi Jonathan, jisie ike nwanne m, olu gị na-ede ede n'ụwa niile, olu gị na Nwada Marien na-ede ede. Jisie ike nwanne m, jisie ike.
We must continue. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal, are you there?
Professor Jonathan, good evening from my side.
Welcome to the program. Go on, please.
I greet my leader, Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. Professor Jonathan, for the past few days or weeks, this area that you've been treating is the main area where we have the problem. Yes, Professor Jonathan. This is a very topic. Yes, Professor Jonathan, I'm talking to you. And I am calling from the coastal region of Biafra. This very topic that you've been handling for the past few weeks or days is the basement of our problem as a collective human existence in our own geographical space. Professor Jonathan, I want to say that Christianity and Islam are the major religions that exist as a conquest tool to the indigenous populations. Mazi Jonathan, in the geographical space called Nigeria and Africa, Mazi Jonathan, in the geographical space called Nigeria and Africa, venue system of that very individual. So what he has to do is to capture your mental that you are no longer whom you are. You've moved from your natural way of creation to a certain, to be acting or operating as a coded something. So that is why most times you understand that at that point your mental state of reasoning becomes completely destroyed, and at that point you seems to be suffering from what we call theory of forgetting. And theory of forgetting, we state that memory decayed through misuse, and that is what the Christianity try to do by capturing your mental state of the mind, and they destroy it, and you are subjected to a state of illusion. Living in illusion, and when you are living in illusion, you cannot develop a mentally, and when you don't develop mental, you mind you that your mental know-how translate to your economical and physical well-being, physical development. So when you cannot naturally develop your mental, which can translate to which can translate to which can translate to which can translate to construct. Then it is by this Bible, which are not organic to us, and we were taught that we are living in the era of grace. Therefore, you can say one thing, and tomorrow you say, God, is by your grace that I'm living. Please forgive me. This is how they destroy us. So, Professor Jonathan, this very topic, I urge you to keep on keeping on, and keep, because the essence of Reputation is for emphasis, and continually our people will be liberated from this mental slavery. So thank you so much, and continue your good job.
Thank you.
I sign up, and almost a Biafra.
Almost a Biafra. Thank you very much. You know, one thing, they scam us and give us, make it very easy. They tell us, no, now as our brother say, we are in the time of grace. You know, we are in the time of grace, so just believe. Very simple. You know, it's very simple. Kill everybody, commit any crime you want, just believe and you are forgiven. So no stress. Wow, you see how they put us, they make things easy. No more like before. They say, no, that is Old Testament. Everything has passed away. Behold, all things are new. So no stress, only believe. It is very easy now. It is very, very easy. They use it to destroy us direct. And people think that we will keep quiet or we'll be massaging words. No, this is not the time of massaging words.
Because when you look at the Old Testament, all it's telling you, don't do anything, just sit down, everything will be handed over to you. You don't need to make any effort. You don't even need to pray. All you have to do, carry your body to a church and that the God
believe,
and manna will be falling from heaven. You don't even have to walk. All you have to do is speak in tongues 24 hours to sow your seed. Money will be in your account. They will invoke money to run into your account. But dollar a lot in your account. Meanwhile, the country is, using naira as their country currency. All these fallacies. So it makes people both lazy physically and lazy in the mental, capacity. That's what this religion has done to us. Because even when you go, but that's why I said that there's a reason why Israel, as a state today, they're secular in nature when they come to religion. They're like, but their core religion is the Old Testament. Because
their bedrock is that they are Jewish in the religion.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it.
When you go and read, when you go and study, it tells you to walk. It tells you if you do not walk, you have no business eating. It encourages you to seek God in truth and in spirit. That's their own version.
Do you see, even in our culture, when you think about what to do if you sin against anybody or commit crime, you will not do it, because it will take you something. All the protocols you will pass through, buy this, do this, all those protocols, it will make you say, I beg you be pure. You try to be as pure or crimeless as you can. But this one, they tell just come and even if you sin, kill people, go and confess to Reverend Father. It's between you and God. Or Pentecost, I will tell you, go and just believe. They made it easy. People become rotten.
But look at the Old Testament. Old Testament, just like in our ancient way of religion, you will appease God. Go to Old Testament. You will you come and do sacrifices. You perform the rituals. Even when you want to access God, I ask them. I have asked these Christians, you invoke Abraham as your father, as your spiritual ancestor. Go and look at the relationship of Abraham and Ancient of Days, or God, when they encountered each other. That's Genesis, you start from chapter 12. God instructed him to perform series of rituals, sacrifices, before God could even have that relationship with him. In Old Testament, you will see God asking them to perform sacrifices. These are people you are calling as your ancestral, spiritual ancestors. Even Yeshua himself, the Bible tells you that he performed every Jewish rituals. What are those Jewish rituals? What Abraham did, what Jacob did, what all of them. Then you all of a sudden, you know better than Yeshua. You don't want to perform those sacrifices and rituals.
Nwada, let me take all these other calls, please.
That's the fallacy.
I know. Very, very sad indeed, honestly.
That is sadness and fallacy there.
I'm telling you. You know, our people, we like something easy. The cuckoo come and you both see it and say, okay, no, just the way you do it, no, just believe. No, there is no stress. Just believe. What things pass away. No need. And they go on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Let me see. Caller on direct line. No, there is no stress. Just believe. What things pass away. No need. And they go on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Let me see. Caller on direct line.
I recommend every one of them, and may God strengthen them, guiding them, and fighting every one of their battles in terms of school academy. I pray. Mazi, Jonathan, my contribution in the lecture today is that I would like to use our dialect just only but 1 minute. I don't know if you can permit me, sir. So, and by watch and he had a kumaka religion tirayin on or dying on answer. Makarem just said religion tirayin on or dying on answer. Some family and get kukute because of issue of religion. Philippine meaning Makano Werike only in Ghana on this religion, only on this religion. Because of it, their religion is not the same. We make them only FBA or they are care for arrow. Then I be in the Ocha Uteria, Itigeria, Itigeria, Garmara and Kaiji, Yai, in Nwada. Because they are good step, who already got some people that call themselves Pentecostals. They can make that let some Pentecostals and Queen whatever because of their tradition and the other people's tradition is not the same. And this is not what we yell us, and this is not what exactly we give us what we are looking for. Because the essence of it, I think with water, number one, is that if at all that you are still worshiping the creator of heaven and earth, as we claim that we worship the creator of heaven and earth, this is not the doctrine. This is not the way of life. This is not what our forefathers God and Ephraim and all of them did during their own time. Is this how they live their life? You will see some of us, even now, some religions is now condemning circumcision, which made all of us to be an Igbo, which made all of us to be an Biafra. Some people, some denominations now are condemning circumcision. Where are we going to? And I thank God that you are bringing back this topic, because you have to use this topic as sentiments of our people, for our people to even know their left and right. Because you see, what this man of God would like to preach is so in a way that will suit his. And if you go to the other side, the other man of God will preach his own the way that will suit him. If you go to the other side, the other one will preach his own the way that will suit him, without even trying to seek the way of life. That way of life is the ancient truth. That road that Chico Kadema have used his hand and ordained for us. And this is what we have to follow, and this is what we have not to follow. I just the person I asked one of them a few days ago. I asked them, so now that you are claiming that you are now in the righteous, what is happening in the future, in the past? Is this how it's happening now? And they tell me how. And I told him, do you remember in olden days, the level of calamity that is happening now is not happening then? Why? Because you are following the wrong way. That is the reason why that you are seeing everything that you are seeing. Because the God Almighty have said that you have seen that we are not even trying to worship Him with all our heart. Because we have now rejected what He gave to us and take the evil thing and take the word that is not evil anything. So my people, it's better for us. Let all of us try and go back to the scripture and ask, what is that road that I have to follow that is making me to reach that eternal life that you have given us? Not what all this thing that's happening now. If you follow it, believe me, at the end of everything, you might not even get what you are looking for. Because what man have made all of us to know that religion that didn't believe me, at the end of everything, you might not even get what you are looking for. What have made all of us to know that religion that this Biafra
Yes, my greetings to Madam Haider. My name is Casey Adams. I'm calling from my location. Sorry, you may be hearing some noise. Just the walking place, but I needed to make sure I come to make my own point. I'm also asking God to protect our leader where he is. To make my own contribution, there is something I want us to refer whenever we talk about this religion of a thing. If you watch out, there are scholars around the world that are telling the Igbos that we are the origin of humanity. I think our people have not taken into cognizance our people have not taken into cognizance that very fact that the Igbos are the origin of humanity. Remember the American senator who once told us that democracy started in Igbo land. That's one fact. Madam Haider the other time talked about the carbon research, the carbon dating they did in Ugwele. Do you also know that the Ugwele people have called the whole traditional rulers in Igbo land to tell them that Igbos originated from them? That is the oldest settlement of Igbos in the olden days is from Ugwele. And when they did that, no traditional ruler agitated over that. So what I'm trying to say is that when we talk about Omenala or religion, we have to know that the Omenala we are talking or the religion we are talking is the Omenala of indeed. And there is also an information that is very clear that the Igbos were the people that God sent around the world to deliver others who were living more or less like animals. Not in terms of the animals we know, but in terms of people that have not known God. So whenever we are talking religion and we are not pointing to this part, then we are very far from the fact that Igbos are the cradles of human civilization. I'll give you one other part. Our leader told us that there are three group of people that are in Igbo land. He told us those that migrated and those who were in Igbo land before these people migrated. This is another one part. So we have to do more research to understand that we are the people that begin the origin of humanity. As the other what the people are telling us now. If you know this man they call PLO, the famous
Patrice Lumumba,
Kenyan lawyer, Patrice Lumumba. This man has told Igbo gatherings of Ohanese that we should stop saying that that we came from the Israelis, that it was the Israelis that came from us. And this is the fact. Now let's use common sense to analyze this. When the black people are saying we are the oldest people, who are these oldest people that have the same religion with Israel? How could you say these people you know that are white people? Of course, our people are the people that traveled there, from what we understand from the little research we did. That our people were the people that spread all over the world to give the people the lot of the land. And in each place we go, the same thing that is happening to you has been happening today has been happening. When the people recover, when we teach them many things that God wanted us to do, they will return or turn around to kill us. And that is why so many places in the world today, when you go there, we see like some where they call St. Patrick's here in England, in UK.
That St. Patrick's a British man once told me that those people were the black people. It's not snake that they kill that they are celebrating. That what they are celebrating were the
Of
black
course.
people they believe that have so much
The extermination of the black people. Yes. That's
of the
it.
black people. So our people, actually, we are these people that spread around the world and help people to know God. And I'll give you one other example when we say about religion. What is that religion? Where I come from, in Imo State. Do you know that I know there are places they call Nato? I want to tell you, just to give an example of how we have spoiled our religion and what that religion really means. And what it means that we are the people that have that knowledge from God, that God gave that commandments. Before that, we're going to copy and bastardize it and, did a lot of that in the process of them trying to understand why these people are special, they were able to spoil that earlier. So where I come from, there's a village called, there's 3 villages they call in Nato. I think it's also everywhere in the England. That village they call in Nato, they say people from this place cannot marry. Do you know today that those laws are not keeping? Apart from the fact they are not marrying, people are friending each other, having sex with each other, doing a lot of things. So when they say Bible, what they wrote in the Old Testament is the culture and tradition of the Igbos. And these Igbos are those cultures are exactly what God are telling us what to do and not what to do. So others came hijack it. So when our people went to Israel, actually what they did was they practiced those things there, and they were the ones they recorded today that we are now reading why the culture is what already we have originally in our land. So that our men Allah I see. Somebody is one of the 10 commandments. Is one of the 10 commandments. All those places that we are related, we are not supposed to marry or have anything to do. We are doing all those things. That is why our religion today, or the power God has given to us, we already, all this is happening because we have violated the apple to remain alive. Then we are reading Bible. What the Bible is trying to tell us now when they talk to the New Testament is to tell us that those things doesn't matter again, that after you did those things, that you are forgiven, which is not true. So I commend you in what you are doing, because Madam Haider once said, she mentioned it, the truth, in my conviction, I could have maybe talk a little bit more. My conviction is that the Igbos are the original people that has that commandment from God. And scholars around the world are telling us gradually, you people say this, you don't come from Israel. Really, there is a reverse migration, because those are people that went there, and during the fall of Babylon, many of them traveled back with through Egyptians. They came before the Israelis, the ones that lived in Israel. They were coming to the land God promised them originally. So if we are talking about religion and where we are coming from, we must realize it is we that God bless. If we are the origin of democracy, then tell me, so democracy, what does it mean? It's autonomous community as we do today. Because we are very few people say their mind. So we lost those things thousands of years. And those that came back, actually they came also with the knowledge of the life they have lived there. But the truth is that in this our land, we have 3 groups. And that 3 groups, that's why when they say origin of Igbo or this or that, I laugh, because truth is that if we search very well in our land, we know, as I said, Ugwele people, these particular people in Utura have some understanding of whom Igbos are that even the rest of Igbos don't have. And I can send a video to you, you see what, when they make that announcement, after the findings and some things they did, they called the whole Igbo land, this year a date, 31st of every December to celebrate. They have been warning and telling Igbos, but these people, just because of, they didn't move. I mean, they are the custodian of what we are saying, so they didn't move, and they are not also in troublesome in selling that idea, but they have done it officially.
Thank you very much. That's the truth. We must continue. The most embarrassing is that people like us, we Biafrans, we Igbos, don't know who we are. We are pursuing shadows. Our enemies know us more than we know ourselves. That is why we are relegating our very good values to the background, demonizing them, while using, foreign standard to gauge ourselves. It is very absurd. Let me pick these two callers. Okay. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Go on, please. Caller on direct line. Go on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Can you raise your voice?
I would not like to call my name again today because I realize that sometimes people want to listen to us, but when they hear my name, it will call them BP. Because me and
Mazi, can you raise your voice a bit, please? Can you raise your voice a bit?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Go on, yes.
Okay, my question is, like I say, good evening, dear friends, and good evening, my father.
No, the airtime is finished. Very pity. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, sir.
There, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. My sister, Nwada Marien. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, my brother. God bless you.
Thank you. I'm calling for my location. First of all, I thank our leader, Mazi Nnamdi. I thank our HODs. My greeting to them. Mazi, ihe dịka ga-akọkwala anyị n'ala Biafra. Gị na Nwada Haider, ihe dịka ọ na-akakwala anyị mgbe Biafra ga-abịa. Because I'm telling you the fact that you people are making us proud in this topic of religion. Because in Ndocha gburu anyị egbu. That is why Fulani people think that they will still come and use their own and also eat us. Fulani thinking ha ga-eji ya ndị ọcha mere berie anyị ọzọ. But then forgot that mmiri oke a na-eri ihe onye mụ anya. Onye ọmụna m anya oke a na-eri ihe. White men then take religion and deceive us and make us to be against each other. Mazi, there's something that I want to tell you. I could remember when I was in a particular village. Mazi, that thing happens that my sister that I was with that time is a grandma. Is a Catholic. And one of his grandchildren trying to, help a Catholic by a Pentecostal. But if you see what happened that night, the woman started beating that his grandson. Beating that, why should you leave Catholic and join Pentecostal? That night I was so much marvelous because the way they take religion and deceive us to the extent that even your brother or your sister that is not in the same church or the same worship to you, you will take that person as an enemy. Like in this Roman Catholic, for instance, when they see Pentecostal, if you see how they are, if you can say how wonder ka akromaka, how wonder ka na begu, how wonder ka na eating kune bakwana. In fact, as please, I don't have much things to say. May God bless you and keep you, so that they know this thing now. It's on up. Mazi ọ na-aba na ngwa ga eziokwu. This topic is that white eat us. Thank you. Let me.
No worry, guys. I have Allah on WhatsApp. You'll be the last caller I'll pick, please. Caller, welcome to the program, because tomorrow I have to also be on air, for a long time. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on.
Yeah, Mazi, good evening.
What?
Bless you and Nwada. Mazi, this program is most important thing. But let me start with these stupid people that call themselves the our leaders and all the political different politicians and leaders. I said they must be ready for what to come upon the state for meddling in our leader. People quiet in allowing people to be killed anyhow. And now, this very issue that's coming up now, I asked them, are they the one that borrow money from China? Why are they allowed? Why would China come to remove the rail line and building position in our Biafra? Biafra, capital of the. Why is it in our land that are we the one that borrow money from? That's by the way. They must be ready. Mazi, coming to your submission this night.
Mazi, you are reconnecting. I don't know. Mazi, please round up. We are reconnecting. Go on, please.
Okay. I want to answer those people that, like you said before, you said that some of our people have brought to the conclusion that if our God is true God, why will He allow us to be colonized? Not because we are not conquered, like Nwada said, we only colonized. So I want to answer those people that ask, what if our God are strong? Why through God? Why will He allow us to colonize? I want to tell them a lot of great nations are colonized, are conquered and colonized. Canada, Australia, even Britain, even Great America, they are colonized and conquered somehow, one time or the other. But we are all colonized. We are not conquered. And now, before we colonize, before they colonize us, these people came our land to fight us. That is, I want to talk about economic war now. You see, this economic war, British people with their firearm to fight us in our land. They couldn't be able to defeat us because that time our ancestors were in tight with our religion. That is when they are practicing our religion. And they couldn't defeat us. When they are practicing our true religion. So when you want to talk about the sense of religion, I will tell you now that our own religion is the strong religion among the others. So when they couldn't defeat us because of our religion. Now they go back and come again with it. They come missionary journey with the Bible. Now when they come with the Bible, they are able to manipulate our people with the Bible. Now our people go for our religion and they follow them. Read the Bible. This is why we are able to colonize us. Now our people have diverted from our religion to Christianity. This is why they were able to colonize us. If not, they couldn't be able to do it. So when they talk about the religion, I want to tell them that no religion is more stronger. And all this Christianity, all this in the abrakata, what they are doing, where are they the power? Who are spiritual? They go to our religion, true worship of God. But European is mostly want to wipe our system. It can't happen. Thank God for this. Continue this education. Very, very important for our people. Thank you.
Remember, this is where I'm going to stop picking calls. Please, I'll switch off the phone. I'll switch it off. Please, don't call again. Please. You know, when you look at the event, look at a just simple example. The Nigerian military, if they come to Biafra land, they first of all go meet some native doctors, some of our dibia in our land, to do things for them. To also, you know, why is it? Many of those military, they are Fulani. If what we do is not powerful, you know, it's a pity, but they introduce religion for conquest. What we practice, as we always say, is spirituality, not religion. Because religion is used for conquest, to brainwash people, soften them, them into morons and conquer them, colonize them. We practice practicality, that is spirituality. Do this. You know, our leaders say what we preach is reality, fact. 2 molecules of hydrogen, that is spirituality. Do this. You know, our leaders say what we preach is reality, fact. 2 molecules of hydrogen,
and very intense and exciting and interesting with regards to all the comments that came in and all the words that have been spoken. I'm going to close by saying this. The main reason why I invoked geography into this is to raise the point, or to establish a point, that civilization, or everything we know about civilization or development, or the starting point of this physical earth, points us back to where we call Africa. And then when we talk about Africa, it takes us down to where you and I call our location, or probably Southern Africa. Then that will give us an idea, or begin to think or reason to realize that human creation, human existence must have started there. And if human existence started there, every other thing must have started there, because it will be deceitful for anybody to think that all those people that lived millions of years back, or thousands, however you want to qualify it, never sought spiritualism, never practiced anything, never tried to figure out the spiritual aspect of themselves. We are never in communication with nature, God, however you may qualify it. They never were curious. I would not believe that. So that is why I strongly try to establish that, because when you said that thing, it provoked me to go this way. So let me read 1 or 2 things about where I'm making this solid argument and transcending that, or using that to argue that the pure spiritualism, because God is a spirit. Even the Christian Bible acknowledges that. Every religion acknowledges that God is a spirit. If God is a spirit, then you cannot seek him through the knowledge of man. You have to seek him through spiritual avenue or quest or medium, which I believe our ancestors practice. And like you just rightly said down, when you're dealing with the things of the spirit, you are dealing with laws, set laws. It's like 1 + 1 is 2. It's a law. Once you add one thing to another one thing, it gives you two. It doesn't matter the language you apply. It doesn't matter where you are in this planet Earth. 1 + 1 is 2. It's a principle. It's a law. The same thing as spiritual things. It is not like religion. Religion things are hope, guesswork. Something that you used to feel, something you do not understand. That's why it's called a belief. Religion is a belief. Spiritualism are reality. That's how I'm going to qualify it. So let me go ahead and read this. It says, petroleum, also called crude oil, is a fossil fuel. Like coal and natural gas, petroleum was formed from the remains of ancient marine organisms. This is why I want us to underline and pay attention. From the remains of ancient marine organisms, such as plants, algae, and bacteria. Over millions of years of intense heat and pressure, these organic remains, fossils, transformed into carbon-rich substances we rely on as raw material for fuel and a wide variety of products. Why am I sharing this with us? I am sharing this with us because, like the argument I made earlier, if most of the natural, what we call natural resources, whether it's petroleum or coal or diamond, silver, are vastly found in Africa. Not just Africa, but it's southern from the west to the southern part of Africa. And now, this knowledge, which is an established thing, is telling us that these things came about from pressurized remains of organic materials. You know, they could be marines or whatever, or plants. So that means that for them to have the majority centralized or accumulated there, they have life must have, or what you call life, must have started there. Okay? And when you go to the creation, according even to the Bible, you will see the sequences of creation. Man was the last thing to be created. Even though I call it sequences, that's what I mean by the time, the one that comes first. It's not, I don't believe that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like they try to interpret it. Because again, we don't know what a day means in the eyes of God. So they are sequencing, they're according, you know, the way they were produced and created. So what I'm trying to establish here is, human being must have started, what we call humans, must have started, whether they were created, however they came about, started from this location we call Africa. Okay, from the western hemisphere down to the southern hemisphere. Now research will tell us whether it started where we are or and spread to other part of South Africa and went forward, you know, upwards. That's something research will tell us. Because why am I saying that? If everything started there, everything must start there. Again, I used a color. You know, this idea came to me when I took a master class in color. I was a hairdresser, cosmetologist for 20-something years, and I took series of classes. One of the classes I took was master class in coloring. It caught my attention when I was taking that class, which was many years ago at Dudley State Dudley State University of Cosmetology. That was where I took it in North Carolina. When I took that class, that was when my eyes opened. That every color you can think about is embedded in black. From black color, you can pull every color. Now look at the human shape. So, and technology and science is pointing out that humans started from Africa. That is why our color is black, because from this dark color, every shade is produced of human being. Now let's look at that. That's where this argument I made today comes in. As they begin to migrate towards the east, towards the north of Africa and going to Asia, the color begins to change because of the climate and other physical factors began to change, whether both the genetic pool and the physical, which of course affects our physical appearance, which is the phenotype, you know, our phenotypes. So these are things that happen, and you can see that as they continue to go upwards, they were getting lighter, things were changing. So it must have started. I believe the same thing happened with spiritualism as they begin to move away from the source where this human existence started, where creation started. things begin to change and they evolve. They begin to lose some of the values. Corruption begins to set in. Most even likely, corruption may have started from before they started moving. I don't know. But these are all the things we need to research. Now, again, there's a brother that called, I think he's one of the last few brothers that called, second or the third. He made he made an argument that very, very poignant, where he invoked Uguelu. Now, let me expatiate to what he said. Well, we must understand that everybody that we are calling the Igbos are not originally this Ndegbo we are talking about, with all due respect. Because for us to have a full knowledge or an in-depth knowledge of what we are trying to establish, we have to go back. Who were these people you call Ndegbo? Who were they? Because they were the first, probably I look at them as the hybrid of humanity or human civilization. And you can tell they were the kings or the ages or the people that set up with the pace setters of humanity. So most of them were the people that moved to other places, begin to move because they were enlightened individuals, true spiritual inspiration. I believe that most of them were the ones that started this journey and started moving upwards and establishing new territories, new colonies, because these are people that are pathfinders. That are the qualities they must have. So, but as they were going, a lot of things began to go into them. They begin to corrupt the system. So let me put it this way. Like in America, where I live, if you ask anybody who is an American, it's difficult to ascertain who is an American. You cannot pull an American, you can't ascertain an American through genetic profile right now. No. It's anybody that is inside this location called America that has a legal permission to stay through naturalization is qualified as an American. But let us go back before the colonization of the indigenous people of America. They are the American Indians. But today, nobody invokes them as American, as the true American. So the argument I'm trying to make here is, let us look at these Americans or the Aborigines of the Australia as in they were. But in today's context, because they have been mixed up with people that came into them, and in this case, I'm talking about American Aborigines, they were colonized and conquered. In our own case, the ancient people of Ndigbo have not been conquered. A time came, even though pollution had come in, other people came in, as they began to expand. People that went back, they started coming in, polluting. So to find that pure breed through archaeological finding and DNA profiles can give us an insight how they lived, what they did, their values. But if you just take an example of whoever is an Igbo man, we may not be able to find the in-depth knowledge of what you're looking for. Because every Igbo man that lives today, every Biafran that lives today and making this argument may not necessarily be a part of that genetic profile you call Ndegbo. But every Ndegbo that are still existing in our midst, even though their genetic profile must have been corrupted, what I mean, they have mixed up. Some of them are still in our midst. They are the true Ndegbo. These are the people, if you can fish them out, through genetic mapping, can give us an insight, some of the things they did, and even their way of life, or their mindset, and their knowledge. So that's what we can't, where we are not even technology advancing. I believe this is one of the works that we must do when Biafra comes. But let us now begin to go back as far as we can go, and begin to dig out, how did they live? Like an argument somebody raised, one of the brothers raised today, there was a reason our ancestors, our grandfathers, great-grandfathers married 2 wives, 3 wives. It wasn't necessarily because they wanted to be promiscuous, because that impression the so-called religion, are fronting, they are marrying too many women. No. There were factors that made them in their wisdom. They decided to marry more than one wife. One, it was because of the main thing was their spiritual life. Because that time there were a lot of spiritual laws they were adhering to, observing, for them to have that in-depth relationship with the spiritual dimension so that they can access Ancient of Days. When a woman was on her period, she could not near where a man that had a spiritual awareness was. She couldn't cook for him. She couldn't near him. She couldn't be in the same room with him. So what do you want this man to do? And remember, in the time we are talking about, people observe the natural laws. You cannot sleep with somebody else's wife. You could not covet another person's wife. So what was the right thing to do? You married more or two wives, so that when one is on her period, you can have access to another wife of yours legitimately. And another reason why they married more than one wife was farming, because that time it was mechanical. People, human beings were the life force of a workforce. Okay, so now where we are now, technology has come in. We don't need human beings, to have that manpower. But when it comes to spiritual things, anybody that is serious in spiritualism, you must set yourself apart, at least for certain times. That is where you see some of these ministers or some of these people, even traditional healers, are faulting themselves, or looks like they will start very well. They will say, oh, he was powerful. You can never have a gift and then all of a sudden your gift is not as active as it was, unless it is corrupted. So now they are not observing these spiritual laws and they want to continue to do the spiritual. You cannot have them at the same time. So what I'm trying to propose here, that yes, am I encouraging two wives? I don't know, because he had his own, more than one wife. He has his own, difficulties. But these are some of the things we have to research into. But then, and that is even where you're having the concept of the Catholics saying that their priests should not get involved or be married, because there are state laws when you're involving in spiritualism. There are certain things you just cannot do. I'm not teaching that right now. So these are some of the reasons they did what they did. They were wise. So once they began to move away from those things, they were beginning to move away from God himself, because now they're beginning to violate spiritual laws that brought them closer to God. So these are things we have to look into. It brings me to the main topic, one of the main topics we are studying, which is Osu. These Osus were set, these alcohol were set aside. They were observing certain laws. They were not supposed to interact or mix themselves with the commoners. They were really the special breed, because they had to set themselves apart through even their own offspring, so that they can observe those laws. Just like what you mentioned, the two children of Eli, the reason why they were killed according to the Christian Bible, they lit up the wrong candle, the wrong incense that was supposed to be used for a particular purpose. Let's assume that a particular incense was supposed to be used for burnt offering, for the festival of wheat. They use it for the Holy Communion, something like that. That was just the reason why God struck them dead, according to the Bible. So these laws were meticulous. So that is why a group of people were set aside to study these laws, continue to study these laws, pass them on to their generation, so that they can be the custodians of these laws, to make sure that the deities, who are the angels, through which we access Ancient of Days. Just like they claim they have angels, you tap into it. We don't violate the rules so that they can be close to us, so that when they speak, we can hear them. When they're in our presence, we can see them, because they're there, they're here. But because our spiritual eyes are not open, we don't see them. I'm going to end by this. The typical example is in the Bible. When Balaam and Balak, it was a story in the Old Testament. When Balaam was traveling with his donkey to go and do something, he was not supposed to go on that journey. But according to the Bible, he had his donkey. The donkey was seeing the angel of God standing in front of them. But Balaam could not see it, because at that moment, he had violated God. Remember, he was a prophet of God, true prophet of God. But because he went against, contrary to the instruction of God, which is violating the law of God, he couldn't see the angel standing in front of him. But a donkey was able to speak, was able to see the angel, and was able to speak to a human. And that was when the eye of Balaam was open to see what was in front of them. What am I saying? Spiritual dimension, spiritual world is a dimension. They are here with us. It's not a separate entity, it's not a location. But when you are in tune with the law of the spiritual laws, then you'll be able to see things. Your eyes will open. It's like a portal. Your eyes will open. You will see it. That's what they call vision. So that's what we are saying here. Religion is the mindset of man. Spiritual quest is where you want to be in tune. Tap into spiritual dimension. Be in one with nature and be able to harness your relationship with the Ancient of Days, so that when he speaks, you will hear. And when you speak, the angels, through the cheese, which are the gods, which people call deities, can take it, and then, because they are the medium, they are the in-between, they are the go-in-between between us and Ancient of Days. Nobody even in spiritual realm has access to Ancient of Days. So you have these deities, the cheese, or Chim and Chi. These are the ones that go and stand in gap for me, between me and the Ancient of Days. Petition for me, going to, we're talking about the ancestral and all that. They are different. Everybody have their own job they do. I'm not going to overwhelm us because it's like I'm getting into another lecture. So I'm going to stop here. That's how I'm going to submit. My argument is this: if black contains all culture, all colors, if science establishing that civilization of what you call human civilization or even creation started in Africa, spiritualism must have started in Africa. So every other thing you see outside spiritualism called religion are people trying to get back to the knowledge they had before, or in the process of trying to make it comfortable for themselves, they got it polluted, and that is the birth of religion. I'm going to submit here, Mazi. Thank you so much. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, I always reiterate, what we are doing here is to push us into reasoning critically. What our leader has been, urging us to do, critical thinking. That is what makes us human beings. When we reason critically, we are not doing it to provoke people just for provoking sake. No. As Nwada have said, spirituality is something, is just like science. You do this, add to this rule, that rule, now you get what you want. That is it. It's not like this religion they brought. Everything is made easy. Be made easy. That's why you see an armed robber in Nigeria that have killed, destroyed lives, killed many people. In order to escape justice, you come to the church and confess, I was an armed robber and I become born again and I repented. And people will shout, what of those people that he killed? So now he become a repented armed robber, starts preaching. You see that I'm telling you, what they give to us is rubbish. There is no law, no regulation to allow. Just believe it's in your heart. Believe it. Only make sure you be parting with some money, paying some money for your miracle. Nothing more. We should stop being measured by the standards of all these foreigners. We should stop it. Who gave the audacity? Who gave somebody, human being like you, the audacity to come and say what you are worshiping is an idol? What is an idol? And what he has is the true God. What is the criteria? How did he know? What he's doing, Onyenachia, is for his own. What we have been practicing, and it is going well, everything, no crime in our land, or crime was to the dearest minimum. One caller said earlier, imagine in Biafra land, in our independent Biafra, Now we made it that, look, going back to our values, any person taking political office must swear an oath, take oath of office. You know this oath they take? President, minister, this and that. I swear with the Bible, I swear with the Quran that I will never loot, that I will protect the people. All this, you know, they talk it because they know that all those books are not working. It's not for us. They are not working. Imagine that we go back to our value. Now any person taking political office, Ezemo will come, real Ezemo come to the court or to the place, and with you know, the ngwangwa he will bring with him. Say, oh yeah, swear with the Amadio how that any day you loot public fund, you have 7 days to confess and make amends, otherwise you die. you know this late Jerry Rollins of Ghana, he said it one time before he died. Very good man. He said all these things, what is making us suffer in Africa is many. It's all these politicians that are saying, oh, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian. Say rubbish. They swear with the Bible, swear with the Quran, and nothing happens to them. He say any politician that wants to take political office, carry him, go to their community, to their village. You see the village shrine, bring him there, remove his shoe, tell him remove your shoes, go and swear there. Any day you do bad, you loot, that day you die. He will not do it because that is what he is afraid of. All these other ones, he don't fear them because he know that all these things are, somebody say all these things, many of it are written by a liar like him. Look at St. Augustine. He thought about many things and placed it and they twisted it and put it inside the Bible, and for you it becomes the word of God. You don't know that it's the thinking of man. You understand? And they have the audacity to come to our land and say we are worshiping idol. Which kind of idol? What is he worshiping? How did he know? We have, our mumu don't do. When you study, go to study history, study things, make researches, you find out the more you research, the more annoyed you become. I'm telling you. You become more annoyed because we have been deceived completely, wholesale. Foreigner will come with their deception and we brought you salvation. No, you are not doing it right in our land. That our ancestors has been living very good things, controlling everything, managing our communities, our kingdoms very well. Now somebody will come from God knows where, brought another thing just for political reasons. Stop what you are doing. You are not doing. It's not good. That you are worshiping idol. But when he is praying, he have a Saint Teresa, he have angels he's invoking, but our own is demons. Do you see how I'm telling you honestly, we must go back to our roots, uphold our values. The example I used to give, without the Israelis that are powerful today going back and upholding their values, they wouldn't have founded their country. You understand? Because they would have been dissolved everywhere, of which they were. But because they were upholding some elements of their values, at least the principal elements. That is why they were able to organize themselves together. Look at how they have destroyed our people, our families. This is why they were able to organize themselves together. Look at how they have destroyed our people, our families, deeper life in one family, and they are as separated as their churches. And you tell us that it is okay. Continue quoting the book of Galatians. let us be wise. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our identity. Before we have no identity. That is why we are scattered all over the world like sheep without shepherd. But today we have identity. We must fight and continue fighting because we have no back to go until victory is achieved. Our leader must be released. As Ozokeme said, that our leader should be released, court order should be obeyed by the government to avert catastrophe in Nigeria. He said it, and he know what he means. He know what he says. He understands, and that is what we are clamoring for. Our leader must be released. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, together with Nwada Marien Haider,
good night, all.
It is simply good evening.
Na lekwere na mkpagbu Biafra ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọma obodo doro nsọ.
The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The far of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwu Biafra.
Emeka unu si Biafra, Emeka unu si Biafra, Gaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Gamiri, Gaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Gamiri, Biafra Kane. Zombe, Uwaboke, Anijala, Nawama. Wana lemo kano na lombo wana jumo wasina Biafra na tago. Chukwu okike Biama onyanyi no naka Biamera ni ye mama. Zombe Uwaboke Anijala na landamo. Biafra baloma ala Chukwu gozire ala manamu. The rising sun. Mgbe mbuka mkpụrụ wesi n'ojihe nwatakịrị o were aka elu akafuwa ya ufo wetuo ya maka na ọnọdụ ga-adịrọ n'igwe mma. Zọmpe lee ndị ala adịghị mma, ndị zuru, ndị na-aṅụ ọbara mmadụ, ndị okwu ha abịakwala n'ọzọ ka ha kwatusu Biafra. Mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ị nọ n'aka mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ị nọ n'aka na anyị ga-ala ụgbọ abụghị anyị je nwere onwe anyị ụgbọ abụghị anyị je ala Biafra na-atago.
The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The far of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwu Biafra.
Emeka unu si Biafra, Emeka unu si Biafra, Gaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Gamiri, Gaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Gamiri, Biafra Kanebo. IPOB, one big family, Honorable Nwanna Baloso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Kalesia, Ore Kalesia, Oro, Re. Sope, Anarabisi Aganeno, Warebawa Noriaka, Miri Maruga Sawu, garụ anyị ma na ọnọdụ ọ dịrọ na-egbe mma mmeri bụ nke anyị o na mbido ọ ga-abụ nke anyị o na njedebe ọsọ nwakwụ ụzọ nwakwụ ọ bụ gịnị ka anyị na-azọ ọ bụ nwere onwe ọ bụrụ ọgụ ụmụaka anyị ga-ana ọ bụ nwere onwe ọ bụrụ ọgụ ndị sabo ya mere anyị ga-ana Pharaoh, let my people go. Pharaoh, let my people go. Pharaoh, akpọchie ntị mana mgbe nsogbu ga-abịa n'ala ndị Zulu ha ga-arịọkwa anyị arịrịọ si anyị nabanụ a ga-asịkwa ụmụ Chukwu nabanụ ụmụ Chukwu ogige abịa ma geenụ ntị unu akwadosigo maka ọnụnụ anyị nọzi anyị n'okwu na anyị ga-ala maka oge akara aka eruola.
The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwu Biafra.
Ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra ga-ịmara
promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwu Biafra.
Ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra ga-ịmara
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered.
Good evening from here in UK, for everybody, and anyone listening wherever you may be in the world. I greet you, and I pray that our Heavenly Father continue to protect our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, a speedy exit from the dungeon where he is. And so let the word of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. We are continuing with this history about what happened to Biafrans. We are currently going to talk about the Onitsha invasion. There's an Onitsha sector. The reason why it's in the sector is because they surrounded us. So each corner of the battle, we call it sector. S-E-C-T-O-R, sector. So this is the Onitsha sector. It's not too difficult to follow what happened because, as you know, we've been, if you like, removed from the Midwest. So the next town after Asaba, of course, is Onitsha. And it's like a prized possession. They're rubbing their hands. They want to chase the Biafrans into Onitsha and destroy everything that moved. So it's not surprising that the invasion of Onitsha was meant to be ferocious. So there are three components to the invasion of Onitsha. There are three waves of invasion. The first two were waterborne. They have to cross the Niger Bridge. They have to cross the river Niger, rather, because we blew the Niger Bridge when we escaped or retreated from Asaba. The Niger Bridge was destroyed, so they couldn't use the Niger Bridge to enter Onitsha. So they could only come through River Niger by boat. So I will talk about the first two invasion, and then given the time we have, if we have enough time, then I'll start talking about the third invasion. We may have to defer because the third invasion involved a Bagina ambush. So let me begin then by talking to you about the Onitsha invasion. Onitsha, of course, is a prized possession for Nigeria because if you cross into Onitsha, then you can go from anywhere. You can go into the actual heartland of Biafra. You can go to where you can go to. You can go anywhere, and it's so close to the other side of Nigeria. They can just move in and the war, there'll be very little chance of us resisting. Now, with the major fight is very, very difficult. So the nature sector was very important to understand. Recall that Nsukka has fallen, Ogoja has fallen, Enugu has fallen. They have attacked us in Calabar, Bonny Island, they are there, and now they want to cross from Onitsha, from Asaba into Onitsha. So this is where if you like, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, or some people resign and surrender. If they entered Onitsha, it will be very difficult for us to continue the fight. So the people who are going to defend them are the ones who escaped from the Midwest, completely disorganized, because we talked last time about how saboteurs were trying to literally destroy the fabric of Biafran military. Everywhere you turn, there's a saboteur. But this occasion, when we crossed over into Onitsha, we have to make sure we're able to defend. It's like a do or die, as it were. So the boys waiting at Onitsha, they had to now toughen up, as it were, because it's the last ditch. So I've talked to you about the first invasion. The people confronting the troops at Onitsha was called the 2nd Division, led by Muritala Muhammad. It doesn't need any introduction about how he wanted to defeat the Biafrans. But it's against the background because Muritala Muhammad was one of the pupils in Tesi, Ghana, when Ojukwu was instructing there as a trainer. So Muhammad was asked to write an essay on how he would capture Onitsha from Asaba. So, if like, it's interesting. So he's now got an opportunity to do it in real life. So what Muhammad did was to gather serious firepower equipment. He wanted to immediately chase the Biafrans across the Niger, but his troops stopped at Asaba. As you know about the Asaba massacre, they spent days mopping people door to door. Even when they gathered in town square, they killed as many people as that slowed them down. That delay allowed Biafrans to try and reorganize. So that's really what happened. So we're now talking, therefore, around the 4th of October. Before the 4th of October, when the invasion came, what they did was to do what we call shelling. Shelling is when you send an artillery miles away from where you're staying. So from Asaba, you can imagine you can send the missile or artillery which land in Onitsha, which people didn't quite understand that. If I remember what I said last time about Enugu, they'll shell us, and then people go and chase where this bomb has landed and say the saboteur is there. So this time it's becoming clearer. So on the 4th of October, the shelling of Onitsha began. It got very, very heavy. So much so that the civilians started to evacuate from Onitsha. But the shelling was coming from Asaba. Okay? So they used about 8 to 10 boats to cross the Niger with all the equipment. And it was a very interesting encounter in the first invasion. Because what was happening, the Biafrans were waiting on the other side of the shore after the shelling, which was a heavy bombardment, as it were, with a long artillery. So they set off on the day of the invasion. And what then happened was, as they were coming across in the middle of a set of boats coming, and then when they got to the middle, they split into two. Yeah, some went down towards the new the market, the Onitsha market beach, and everyone went to the actual head bridge. So they split into two. So what happened then was that the Biafrans waited when the shelling stopped. So the Nigerians embarked. They came out from their boats. And why would they do that? Because when they were doing all the shelling, we only had 6 rounds of bombs to throw at them. Out of the 20 rounds we had, 6 were fired, and then the machine packed up, so we couldn't lob any more artillery. So the Nigerian boats got closer and closer, but their boats, if you fire something that's armor plating, the bullet just bounce off. So they were really gaining the upper hand. So it was a pretty drastic thing. So after they got closer to shore and all the bombardment from their heavy equipment, the armored vehicles, they blew up along the coast where our boys were camped in trenches. So our boys had to withdraw and then went to regather themselves away from the coastal lines. So they reorganized themselves around St. Charles College, the seminary, and Borromeo Hospital when the Nigerian army landed. Okay, so what then happened was the Nigerian army went straight to the Onitsha market. As you know, the Onitsha market, there was once upon a time the British went there and said there's nothing you can't buy from Onitsha market. It was a very popular market. And because of the nature of our evacuation, we never seemed to learn the need to pack every essential and move it away from the enemy fire line. The Onitsha was not evacuated orderly. They left in a hurry, as usual. So when the Nigerian troops got to Onitsha market, the first thing they did was to set it ablaze. They burnt it down. It's like a punishment, really. So they're not really coming to reunite Nigeria. They're coming to punish the Igbos. So they torched, if you like, the market. They burnt it down. This was the largest market of its nature in the whole of Black Africa. So they just burnt it and destroyed everything they can destroy. So they went burning, towns and villages around the area. Meanwhile, our troops were now using, they set their headquarters 6 miles away from Onitsha, about a place called Ugidi. And the Nigerian troops moved on until as far as the, if you like, the Dennis Memorial Grammar School, which, as you know, is an elite school for the Biafrans. And it's got this famous motto of Primus Inter Pares, first among equal. It's a really elite school. So to see it being occupied by Nigeria is quite enough to upset some of the troops. So anyway, what then happened was the Biafrans were organized in 2 strong companies. One of them was led by Major Nsudo, who was seasoned as a regular soldier in the Nigerian army, but then he became a Biafran soldier and officer. He led one group, and the other person who was in charge was someone called Joe Achizie. It was the first time we're hearing about him, although he was in the Midwest during the war, before Onitsha was attacked. So Joe Achizie, as you know, later on became quite famous. This was the first time he's going to show up to show what he can do. So he is a volunteered militia officer. So he was commanding a set of group of Biafran troops, so between himself into 2, to haven't allowed the Nigerians to land because they couldn't defend where they were. They now have 2-pronged. So those 2 actually was advancing on the new market road axis, while Nsudu was advancing on the old market forces. So the Nigerians were again taken unawares. They couldn't, that after all the bombardment they did, the Biafrans were still around. So the Biafrans chased them. Okay, and was a lot of chaos and disruption to them. Okay, so there are 2-pronged attack by our boys to envelop the Nigerian troops, and they were able to advance along both the old market road and the new market road, both Achizie and Kanu and their Major Nsudu chasing them. So they cleared the Dennis Memorial Grammar School complex and chased them down the road, basically, and the Nigerians were very shocked. And the most important thing was at the ferry head, when they got there, after pursuing them back to the river, or back to the River Niger, they found that Nigeria were trying to unload one of the armored vehicles. Yeah, but before they could unload it, Biafran troops arrived and chased the rest of the Nigerian troops away. So this armored vehicle was captured intact, and the rest of them fled and chased them into the sea, into the river. So the good news was that this first invasion was aborted. The Biafra were able to chase the Nigerians back into the River Niger. Some of them, most of them, drowned on their way trying to escape. So the operation, as you know, started from 1 o'clock, and by 5 o'clock, they were chased back. So those Biafran troops then regrouped and we took their original position. That's the first invasion. I'm going to move very quickly. The second invasion was about 7 days afterwards. This time was followed by 10 days, non-stop area bombardment. The Nigerians used jet fighters, Russian jet planes, for 10 consecutive days, in the morning, all the way from dusk to dawn, for 10 non-stop days of high, fighting with jet fighters. And they just terrorized the town, blew everything that they could before the second invasion. On the second invasion, the Biafran troops their morale was so high because they thought, why can these people be so stupid to come again after the first? Didn't they learn the lesson from the first one? So they were well dug in, and they had more weapons which they captured from Nigeria from the first invasion. So they actually had a higher morale. They used their landmines, their winniways, the rockets made by the Biafran scientists were all position, but the 10 days of non-stop bombardment, the Biafran thought maybe this is just a punitive, more of a punishment raid, because the Nigerians will not be stupid enough to come again by a boat across the Niger River. But nonetheless, they did a second attempt to cross over. This time, the Biafran officers went around the trenches to ask their boys to get ready, that they're coming, get ready, they're coming. But the Biafran troops just ignored the officers, and they were playing cards and said, don't worry about it. These people are a bit stupid coming at the second time. It's like they were not bothered by the fact that the Nigerians are coming again. So they said they're waiting for them to come into what they call effective killing range. So as the boat carried on and got about the middle of the stream, and again, the Biafrans opened up with what they had. The most interesting thing about the second invasion was a Biafran-made rocket was launched. This rocket took off. Okay, it caused quite an excitement. The rocket took off when it was fired, and there was about halfway. It caused a bit of panic because the rocket veered right and then right again. In other words, if someone goes going straight and turn right angle and then right angle again, it's coming back where it was launched. So this caused some panic for Biafrans because the rocket they sent to blow up the Nigerian boats were not rushing back to where the Biafrans were. All of a sudden, this rocket then turned again and went and blew up one of the Nigerian boats about 200 meters away. So there's a huge cheer from the Biafrans because they thought they're in trouble because their own rocket was going to blow them up, but it turned out and hit one of the Nigerian boats. So this caused an amazing excitement because it appears that the Biafran-made rocket for the first time was going to hit a target, and it blew up the Nigerian boat and caused it to sink, and lots of Nigerians were jumping overboard and screaming because of the I'm not glorifying war. It's a very nasty thing, but you have to understand the actual situation. Because Biafrans were trying to survive, they devised a rocket which was able to take off, although I'm not sure about the guidance system, which was one of the first early rockets they had, was able to go and blow up a boat inside the River Niger, which Nigerians were using to come and attack them on the second wave. So it took about, they launched about 10 boats or so. Within 2 hours, the 6 of them were sunk. And the Nigerians had about 3 or 4 boats left, even though they sent some more. They decided to turn around, and lots of them died without actually this time hitting the shore. So there was a lot of celebration by the Biafrans because the scientists helped them, and they crowned they devised something called the Shore Battery. That's the nickname of what they've done, because at one stage they want to electrify the whole of the coastal line so Nigerians can't get in. So there's a combination of scientists and a combination of Biafran bravery and soldiers. They worked together to prevent the Nigerians landing on the second occasion. So following the victory on the second occasion, HAUSA was then commissioned after recommendation by Kanu to join the regular Biafran army. So he was given an honorary major in the Biafran regular army. So up until then, it was what they called the militia. Militia were like the civilians. In other words, they weren't in the army before the war started, but they're now regular army, Biafran army. So HAUSA then got his rank and began to demonstrate his bravery. The exciting thing about it was that HAUSA was commissioned to join the Biafran army, but then he went with a 2-battalion rifle brigade. He raided Nsukka, and with 2 rifle brigades, raided Nsukka and was able to cause a lot of damage. But his fame, it's like he became a war hero all of a sudden. But the only problem with that is that they now said if a civilian who's been in the Biafran army can do what HAUSA is doing, what are the regular people doing? So the regulars should learn from him, and he has gone and destroyed the Nigerian soldiers in Nsukka. All that remains is that he haven't destroyed the Nigerian army in Nsukka, which isn't true. That all that remains, and it's cut off those in Nsukka. All the army have to now go and do is to go and clear Enugu, because the people who are in Enugu have been trapped because HAUSA have gone and destroyed them in Nsukka. But it's not true, because it's like a propaganda, which is really need to be analyzed. What I'm saying here is that HAUSA, although he scored some successes, but they exaggerated it, which then put more pressure on their own people, because they said he's fighting more than others, trying to create emulate unnecessarily. And the second thing then happened after the second invasion was someone called Colonel Ahanya, who became our BOF leader. I'll tell you about him later. BOF is South Biafra Organization of Freedom Fighters. This guy organized them. But he went to Onitsha to go and congratulate the boys. When he was there was an air raid. Like Nigerians, after you beat them in any battle, they send a plane to go and try and tell you that they're still in charge. So the air raid came. This Colonel Ahanya said they shouldn't shoot at the plane with their rifles, because the jet fighters and the rifle don't mix. Jet fighters just too fast, and all you're going to do is to alert the plane where you are, and then they come and blow you up. So the colonel persuaded them not to use their rifle. But when the plane left, they turned around and said the colonel was now a saboteur, because he didn't want them to shoot down the plane that was flying so low. So the colonel was descended upon and beaten up by the soldiers. And they took Brigadier Wawo, who came and rescued him. And that brigadier was also accused of being on the side of the Colonel Anyanya. And they both had to the police had to intervene to rescue them from being beaten up. Anyway, so that was the second invasion and the side effects to it. The third one is now something totally strange. On the third invasion, remember, this started